What is going on, everybody? What is happening? What is popping in these streets on this fine Saturday afternoon ish? Um, yeah, guys, thank you for bearing with me. I just needed to do a couple things, and also needed to eat a little breakfast because brother was starving. You know what I mean? Starving. Um, just one of them mornings, man. Everything kind of got delayed and pushed back. I was trying to shave, my clippers broke, or should I say the part that clips onto the machine broke. Gotta get another one of those. So I'm Grizzly Adams today, folks. That's it. Deal with it. It's been a grisly playoffs for these New York Knicks, so I might as well rock out for a little longer like this until I can get it straight. Anyway, hope you guys are doing all right. Happy Saturday. Uh Temperature is nice in the East Coast, but it's going to be raining today off and on. So it is what it is. Maybe today you get out there, go get yourself some brunch or something, or maybe go get lunch. And then, by the time it starts to rain, go catch a movie or something. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, salute to you guys. Thank you for being here and rocking as always. Uh, man, just one of them days. Shout out to the chat. David L, I see you. What's good? Lion of Judah, what's good, my man? Appreciate you. Shalom. Kaiser Soze in the building. Salute. Hope you're doing well. Walter Blackman, what's good, Walter? Always good to see you. Big task at hand. What's popping? CAA Mafia is in the building. Salute. Louisiana Knicks is in the building. Salute. What's good? D Nice is here. What's popping? JJ. Hey, what's happening, my brother? Hope you're doing well. Big Lou's in the building. Salute. Good morning. Let me see here. D's World of Hoops. What's good, my brother? Oh man, it's another one of them things, man. Salute, salute. Margaret Edwards is in the building. I know, Margaret. I know. Ashley Inc. What's good, Wiz? Yeah, I know. That's what it's looking like. All right, well, we'll break it all down and chop it all up. Shout out to Jay Boogie. He's I think he said he's got an album dropping tomorrow, for Mother's Day. Um, so shout out to you, my brother. And we will be playing a couple Jay Boogie songs today, if everything cooperates. Not from, I mean, one may be from the album, but the other one's not from the album. But so definitely gonna check out a couple Jay Boogie joints. I'm gonna see if I can cue one up early, like in a little bit, and then I'll save the other one for later towards the end of the show. Ooh, where do we begin, man? Well, listen, let's keep it real, keep it honest with ourselves. You know, as content creators, it's a little easier to think about this stuff, because you have to come up with content and, put you in a certain mind space, right? One of the thoughts that we talked about, and I say we, I mean myself, D's World of Hoops, Sim brought it up. I'm trying to figure out who else I might have heard think about it. Steph might have said it, but I'm not sure. I can't remember if she did or not. But the point is, what we brought up was, if the Knicks make the playoffs, right, and get eliminated in the first round, how would you feel about this team, right? After the season we had. Then the other question was, well, if they win in the first round and make it to the second round, but make it interesting. Don't just get swept or something, but make it a 6 or 7 game series. I know D's looking at this like, yeah, I remember this. How will we feel about these Knicks? And a lot of us, when we talked about this in hindsight, thinking about what the future might look like, we said if they got out of the first round and then went into a second round and then looked like they played with Hart and extended the series and then they lost, we'd be okay. We'd be comfortable with the fact that they look like they progressed and that we would be happy with the team and wouldn't be mad if a lot of the same players came back next year because they showed that they're growing. Well, guys, we're here. So that's what I'm trying to get across. Now, don't get me wrong. I am not happy about what I saw in this Miami series. And it looks a lot worse because we know that this NBA playoffs was weird. You know, it's a lot of things happen, injuries, teams not playing up to their potential or expectations, whatever you want to call it. So there was a lot of openings. And then people started to say, whoa, man, you know, look at this. Knicks came in, they were underachieving or expected to underachieve. They expected to be a play-in. They weren't even expected to get 40 wins. They won 48. Am I wrong? I keep saying 48, but I feel like I'm tripping. Was it 47? I think it was 48. I don't know. You guys could correct me. You know, we clinched the 5th seed. We went into the playoffs. We took care of business against Cleveland, won our first playoff series in 10 years. Jalen Brunson showed that he is a star. I've been throwing the superstar word around a little bit, but, you know, my friends are humbling me and they're saying, listen, I'll give you he's a star. Maybe he's not a superstar yet. Okay, a superstar has to do this consistently for a while. You know, you have to average a certain amount of numbers, and you also have to really impact winning consistently. So I'm going to look at it and say, all right, maybe he's not a superstar yet. He will be. I feel like he will be. But he's definitely a star. He should have been an all-star. He should have been all-NBA. But the league is messed up sometimes. That's how it is. You know, in the end, they look at it. I mean, I'm sure league executives and people who vote, you know, they don't always get it right. They're looking at Jalen Brunson like, and all they can keep saying is, wow, we had this guy wrong. He's much better than I thought. I knew he was good. I didn't know he was this good. We've been hearing it all year, and it hasn't stopped. Going into the playoffs, it hasn't stopped. After the playoffs is over, it hasn't stopped. So I think they realized where they messed up, right? And Jalen definitely should have been all NBA and an all-star. And then, you know, the other thing is, what will we get from Coach Thibodeau? Was Coach Thibodeau perfect in the playoffs? No. But was he a lot better than he has shown in previous playoff, showings? I think so. I think he's learned something. He's still a little stubborn, but I think he did a much better job this time around in the playoffs than he has done in the past. The other thing is, you can't, I mean, if you hate Tom Thibodeau, that's on you. But I don't think you can blame Tom Thibodeau for the Knicks losing this series, you know, this Miami series. Could he have done something differently? Maybe. We don't know if it would have worked because, quite frankly, part of the problem with this Knicks team is not just the fact that, lineups were switched up a little bit, whatever. Guys didn't play. Like, guys didn't put forth the effort. Guys didn't step up their games. Like, the playoffs is tough because there's so much on the line, you know, and you get to play a team over and over. Not only do you figure them out, they figure you out, and it's all about adjustments and who. Okay, last game this guy had me locked down. He wouldn't let me go left. He wouldn't let me do this. Next game, okay, well, I'm gonna do this and then trick him. Now I'm going left. You know, like whatever it is, you got to make an adjustment. That's what the playoffs is about. And you got games, at least 4, to be able to do it. You know what I mean? And the Knicks just struggled throughout the whole playoffs. And this is where, like, I don't want to have it seem like it's one player. It's not one player. Quickly was absent. Quickly had one decent game, and that was in the Cleveland series. Haven't seen him since. Now, he got hurt. Of course, we know that now. But before he got hurt, where was Quickly? You know what I mean? Josh Hart. struggled all series. Everything he was able to do in the Cleveland series, Miami had an answer for it. They out physicaled him. Uh, the refs did not recognize how Josh was playing, and so he didn't get the calls. He didn't get the benefit of the calls, and he got some bad calls against him. So all of that with how Miami's playing with the refs, I feel like it kind of psyched Josh out a little bit. And the other thing, his normal tendencies to be hesitant when shooting, um, that didn't help either. Because he passed up open shots. He wasn't confident. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm just making sure that my wired connection is working. I think the Wi-Fi might still be on while the wire connection is on. So I'm gonna give it a couple minutes and I'm gonna turn it off. Make sure there's no interruption. At least I hope there won't be interruption. So Josh wasn't really in his game. Okay. And, he wasn't, really confident on the offensive side. Not that he's that player. He's not really that guy, but we needed him to be that guy. See, that's the thing. And I understand that. If something's not really your role, if you just fit in and you're a really good role player and you just do what's asked when it's asked, then for Josh, you got to step up. Offensively, you have to step up. You've got to be more aggressive. I don't think Josh shot us out of games. It's one thing if he was shooting us out of games and then we were like, yo, Josh got to stop pulling, man. He's killing us. We couldn't even say that because he wasn't even shooting. He was passing up open shots. And then he wasn't aggressive to the rack. And then when he was aggressive, it was a bad aggressive. It's like going to the hole and you got your defender on you and he's trailing you and you're walking right into Bam. Like, this is, it has to make sense. If it don't make sense, then you put yourself in a situation where you get your shot blocked or altered. And we saw that happen multiple times in the series. So with the fact that we knew, certain things weren't coming from other players, we needed Josh Hart to do a little bit more. And the only reason I'm even getting on Josh Hart about it is because Josh Hart, to me, is a capable offensive player. He's not a great offensive player. He's not somebody you say, well, I'm going to depend on this every night from Josh Hart. No, but Josh Hart has moments where he can light it up. If he was the type to give me 10, 15 points, I seen Josh Hart score 20 one time. I saw Josh Hart score 50. I saw Josh Hart score 40 a couple different times. And I saw him score 30 a couple. Like, Josh Hart can score when his game is on. But it also points to your confidence level and being willing to take the shot. That's all I was trying to say. I know he's not the guy like that, but, just want to put that out there. So that's an issue. Quentin Grimes. If there was anybody in this series, should I say in these playoffs, that looked like they weren't necessarily ready for the playoffs, I would say it's Josh Hart. You know what I mean? Like, because that's the question that you have with a young team going into the playoffs. Not are the lights too big for them, but will they understand the level of intensity that their game has to come with, that they're going to expect to get from the opponent, the pressure from the fans, the criticism from the media, just everything being intensified. With young teams, you wonder if they're ready for that, right? And we saw that in the Cleveland series. Say what you will, Cleveland was a really good team this year. Top 10 in defense, top 10 in offense, coming into the playoffs, number 1 in defense. And you got a star in Donovan Mitchell on your team and a budding star in why am I forgetting his name now? Shoot. Man, my memory is trash bags. Hold on, let me just sip some coffee. Garland. See? Coffee did it. Oh, Cup of Joe or Joanne, whatever, however you want to look at it. Anyway, okay. So fix that. I forgot I was off center. Okay, there we go. All right. everybody else on the team, for the most part, felt like they understood the assignment. Maybe certain things just weren't working, but it didn't seem like it was too big of a moment for them. Even Obi didn't look like the moment was too big for him. Did he play the greatest in every game? No. But did he have some games where he surprised you and played really well? And I'm talking about throughout the playoffs. Yeah, he did. And in limited minutes, he did some really nice things out there. Even when he wasn't able to, like he played 2 games ago, he had 12 minutes played. He missed 2 shots, but he had 6 rebounds. Like, Obi did what we would expect Obi to do in the limited time. Quentin Grimes, man, outside of his defense, and his defense did get better, as the series continued, it got better. Even that 48-minute game, his defense was really good. But offensively, just wasn't confident. He could never get into a rhythm. His shot was drifting. I think he was a little too fast with his shot. If you looked at how he was shooting, I felt like he was going up and not really confident. He was squaring himself, but he was quick. He was just too quick. Maybe amped up, juiced up, trying to contribute. I don't know. Why did Obi shoot 2 air balls in a row in one game? Are you juiced up? Is there too much adrenaline? I don't know what it is, but we saw that happen. But Grimes just never really put it together offensively. He had a terrible playoffs offensively. If you think about it, it was terrible. And in the Cavaliers series, he got hurt. But prior to getting hurt, he 18% from the field, 11% from 3. That's horrible. So, but we gave Grimes a pass because, he's a young guy. This was his first playoffs. And he wasn't the focal point of. We had so many other options. So, okay, it is what it is. One guy is struggling and he got hurt. Fine. But in totality, he's another guy that didn't step up and didn't play well offensively, because our defense was good enough to stay in these games. At some points, we were bad closing out on the perimeter, and Miami got a lot of open shots. But we had spurts where we did do better at closing out, and we limited them, and they didn't shoot that well. So we played well enough defensively to stay in these games, but we're not giving anything offensively. And all season, we've been one of the better offensive clubs, even if we, oddly enough, didn't shoot well from 3. We were still one of the better offensive clubs. So going into the playoffs, you would think that would continue, at least the bare minimum. You could count on Quentin Grimes to give you 8 or 10 points on a bad day. You know what I mean? And if he's going good, maybe 15 or more, but like 15. And you add that up, getting the 15 from him, maybe 10 to 15 from Quickly, whatever you get from everybody else, all that would have been enough, I think. But we didn't get that. And shout out to Miami's defense, because they got in the Knicks' heads a little bit and made it tough. They made it difficult, and then with the refs kind of letting them play, it put us in a bad position. Next, who do I go with? I'm going to go with RJ Barrett, and I'm going to keep it short and brief. RJ Barrett had an inconsistent season. He struggled throughout. He put us all in a weird mindset. We were all talking about, should he be traded? What is his value on this team? Offensively, he's inefficient. Defensively, he's inept. What can he bring to this team? And then what can we expect going into the playoffs? And a lot of us, knowing RJ, myself included, and others, thought that he would step up as far as the moment. Because one thing about RJ, he's not afraid of the moment. You put him in any moment, he's there. He reacts. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet with RJ, because I think he deserves that. And I think it's fair. And I think as Knicks fans, you guys as well should understand and respect it too. RJ played great. So RJ played, outside of those first 2 or 3 games, first 2 games with the Cavs, RJ played fantastic throughout the whole playoffs. Unfortunately, if there was ever a game that we needed RJ to play well, it was last night, and he hit us with a dud. I don't even understand how that happened, guys. I'll be honest. I don't even understand what I was watching. RJ was aggressive in the first quarter. He went to the free throw line. He got to the free throw, excuse me, for 8 shots. He knocked down 8 of 8 from the free throw line, guys, in the first quarter. Wasn't even able to really get going with his moves because they kept fouling him. So you mean to tell me you go to the free throw line, you hit 8 of 8 free throws, your shot is falling, at least from the free throw line, and then the rest of the game you go 1 for 10? What the hell is going on? I'm like, it's the Twilight Zone. I don't understand. That's why, like, I want to say that we needed him the most last night. Obviously, it's an elimination game, and he didn't step up, and he didn't adjust. Like, if your shot's not falling, do something different. You know what I mean? Like, try to use yourself as a decoy. Try to draw the defense in, because you did have a moment to do that. Think about it, guys. He got to the free throw line, hit 8 of 8 in the first quarter. So the defense starts to key in and say, oh, well, RJ's getting to the line at will, and he's knocking them down, man. We got to stop that. Once they already have that in their mind, then you, RJ, can say, okay, well, my shot's not falling. Let me do this. Let me try to get to the line again. But when I try to get to the line or get to the paint, I'm going to dish, get somebody an open shot, because they're going to double. Because obviously whoever's guarding you or whoever's trying to help is fouling you. Whatever. I'm talking too much. You get it, though. But, yeah, kudos to RJ Barrett for stepping up and helping the Knicks get to this point that they got to last night. Because, quite frankly, don't forget, in the Cavaliers series, RJ might have won us 2 games with his play. Because without his play, we probably would have lost those 2 games. It's a possibility. That's how, those games were kind of shaken out. He definitely won us 1 game. He definitely helped us win 1 game. So shout out to him for stepping up in the playoffs, not being afraid of the moment. It's just unfortunate that he had one of his worst games at the worst possible time. It started off so good. I can't even believe that it turned into that type of game. All right. Let's get off of RJ. Julius Randle. I don't know. All I'm gonna say is, Julius, we appreciate what you have brought to the New York Knicks. You've helped us get to this point. You've had a great regular season. You've made adjustments to your own mental. You calmed down. You focused more. You did what you needed to do in the regular season, and you made big shots. You took over games. You know what I mean? You galvanized the rest of the fan base and your teammates. You were a much better teammate this year. And listen, you can't take anything away from him. The guy was a much better teammate this year. Really picking his guys up, letting them know what they're doing good, what they're doing wrong, like being a leader. Julius did all that this year. Unfortunately, you got hurt at the worst possible time. I think it destroyed your momentum going into the playoffs. You have never been the same since that injury. As far as, I think you need a lot of time to heal and get right. Julius is a big, strong guy. He's very demonstrative in how he moves on the court. Maybe he never was quite right. Maybe he never felt the lift that he, felt like he was getting before, or felt comfortable coming down. So it's because a lot of people will forget, it's not just, how you take off. It's about coming down and landing and how you feel comfortable doing that too. So I'm not making an excuse for Julius, but I want to be fair to him, because, that type of ankle injury was a tough one. He was out 2.5 weeks. And he had to come in and play hard and tough against, the NBA's best teams in the playoffs, good defensive teams at that. It's not easy, especially once you have no rhythm. We know Julius is a rhythm shooter. So I just think that this was a bad time It was horrible timing for him to get that injury, and then coming into the playoffs having to deal with all that stuff. It didn't work in his favor. Okay, so I think I gave it enough time, guys. I'm just switching. Hopefully, don't lose connection, but I'm switching now. Let's see. Okay, I think we're back now. I think we're good. I think it did its little changeover thing. All right. Okay. So now I'm getting all stressed out about it. I got to make sure it's showing. Bear with me, guys. I'm in my Julius Randle rant. Okay, looks good. All right. But and also, let's not take anything away from the guy. Made the All-Star team again, second time in 3 years. All NBA again, second time in 3 years. Led the Knicks in scoring. Was a double-double guy once again for them. Probably had his best season in the NBA and definitely his best season as a Knick. That being said, you were a no-show in the playoffs, my guy. You were a no-show in the Cavaliers series, but I kind of gave you that series because I knew that it would be tough for you to come back and get a rhythm against the Cavs, who play strong defense. They had guys there that could make it difficult for you to kind of get to your comfort zone. I gave you a pass in that Cavs series. But in the Miami series, I'm like, okay, there's only so many games that, I can give you without hoping that you get into your rhythm. Never got there. You just never got there, Julius. And this is the worst possible time to be in that situation. So what I would like to say is thank you for your services. Thank you for your time here. If you still wind up on the Knicks next year, I'm going to root for you. I appreciate you, and you are part of this team. However, as a Knicks fan that has now seen that the Knicks have taken a step forward, it's no longer the cookie cutter Knicks before. Like, oh, we're rebuilding, we're growing. Let's see what we got. We know what we got now. We've already shown what we got, and you can't go backwards. You can only go forwards. So at this point, I would say to Julius Randle, like I said, appreciate you. Once a Knick, always a Knick. But I think that we need to move in a different direction. If you're still here, I'll root for you. You're a part of this team. I'm rocking with you. But I think the Knicks need to move on from Julius, not because he's not a good player, not because he can't help this team going forward. It's just that we probably need to move in a different direction because the way the team is orchestrated, not orchestrated, put together. The way the team is put together is not conducive to us going far in the playoffs. We need to build it a little differently. We got good pieces. We got people in place that we can win with, but we need a little more. And quite frankly, if we could get that and keep Julius, then I'd be okay with it. I just don't think we can. You got to give up something to get something. And Julius is our best piece is Jalen Brunson. We know that, but we ain't trading Jalen Brunson. So who's our second best piece? It's Julius Randle. And considering Julius had a really tough playoff, series back-to-back, two of them, and he struggled in the Atlanta playoffs 2 years ago. As a business, you got to say, is this the type of player that we can go forward with if we want to win a championship? Because to me, now the Knicks are in. Now you got to start thinking about winning a championship. That's just where we got to go now. So you got to build it a little differently. And I think Julius is the piece that we have to try to leverage and move on from because we need something to get something. We got to give. That's all I'm trying to say. If we could get somebody without giving up Julius, listen, I like Julius. I'd love to keep him. But how are you going to get an impact player without giving up somebody of Julius Randle's magnitude or something of that nature? Everybody would want Jalen Brunson. We're not giving up Jalen Brunson. So who else is there? You got to go Julius. Some people might still be in favor of RJ, but like it's all about fit. Like that's the right team. And then the other thing is, if you give up RJ to the team that wants him, is the team that wants him, do they have what you want? Because we're at this point where we got to be very particular now. Now we need the right pieces. Before you could, let's get the best talent. Let's see what we can do and cultivate and blah, blah, blah. No. We already have talent. We've got some players. We got a person we can build around in Jalen Brunson. Now we got to get the right pieces to figure out how to, level up this roster. What's the right pieces? And that's where I think it gets a little tricky. We got to be very specific about it. So, I'm going to round out my little rant here. So that's the thing with Julius. Like I said, if he comes back, I'll root for him. But I really do think that the Knicks are trying that at this point, we need to start thinking bigger. We've shown what we can do to get to this point. We've got a player on this team. Jalen Brunson is a baller, right? Josh Hart helped us out a lot coming into these playoffs. He probably learned some things about himself. We learned some things about him as well. I think he can still contribute, but most importantly, I think his mentality, that dog in him, is something we can build with as well. Very nice complimentary piece. But what we got to do is build in spite of Josh Hart, because what we know now is that Josh Hart is not willing to take the big shot, or Josh Hart is not comfortable taking certain shots. We got to get guys who are. So keep Josh Hart. We can use him for what he does bring to us, but get the guys who will step up and give us that extra offensive firepower when other guys don't. That's what we need. And that's pretty much what I got to say. I don't need to say anything about Jalen Brunson. You guys know Jalen Brunson is the man. I can't say enough about him. Fantastic season. He got snubbed. He deserves better. And he was the guy who carried us throughout these whole playoffs. So shout out to him. There's nothing else to say about him. He was great. Fantastic. Even when there was certain things that I thought he didn't do defensively, he made up for it offensively. And especially those last two games, Jalen got beat a couple different times defensively. But down the court, he hit the basket. Down the court, on the other end, he hit the three. He knows what his limitations are, but he'll make up for it. He knows, listen, oh, man, I messed up there. Next play, I got you. Like, that's why I love Jalen Brunson. That's what I'm saying. Like, do what you do well and continue to do it no matter what. That's what makes him special. Okay. All right. I ranted enough, guys. Let me put this invite in the chat just in case anybody wants to jump in. Yeah. But I just want to thank the Knicks for giving us a great season. Like I said, I was happy with what I saw for the most part all season. It got a lot better in the last 2 to 3 months of the season, 2 months especially. I'm happy that we were able to win a playoff series. It's been a while. And I think we pushed Miami to 6 games, even if we were the favorites going into it. Obviously, guys, listen, Miami is a good team. They just didn't, they didn't play up to their expectations either. No one thought that Miami was going to struggle the way they did all season this year. I know I didn't. And I was looking at them, talking about them on the NBA report, and I'm like, I'm looking at the standings. I'm like, what the hell is Miami doing down there? I just didn't understand it. So, it is what it is. And I told you guys before, and I'm not making excuses for them because I don't care. I'm not a Miami Heat fan. But I told you guys before, with some of these older teams, especially with the older stars, you got to watch them when it comes to the end of the season and in the playoffs, because that's when they step up. The season is a drag for these guys that have been playing for years and have tasted some success and just, either got a championship or trying to get a championship. They not even caring too much about the regular season. They want to get the season over with so they can get in the playoffs, and that's when their game steps up. And we saw that with Jimmy Butler. I mean, Jimmy Butler came in to the Knicks series. He averaged 37 points per game against Milwaukee. He was going off. Now, the Knicks did a great job at limiting him and dropping that number down to around 23, 24, whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, that's why you can't count these teams out. It's why you can't take them for granted, because when the playoffs start, that's when they're ready to play. Not that they're not in the regular season. I don't want that to get misconstrued, but I'm saying, like, it's just a drag for them. Like, they want to get back to the playoffs. All right. Whew. I've been talking a lot. I'm sorry, guys. Shout out to the chat once again. So I'm going to go backwards. Yeah, I hear you. I didn't even talk about Mitchell Robinson because I'm not putting him in the factor why we lost, because he's so limited offensively, so he couldn't really bring us much there. And I think he played as good as he could, because to be quite honest, the difference between Mitch in the Miami series versus the Cavaliers series is that Miami's bigs, or big, let's just call it what it is, Bam stepped up. So the reason why Mitch was able to dominate in the Cleveland series is that Mobley couldn't hang with Mitch too much, and Jarrett Allen was invisible. But Bam was not invisible. Bam was going toe-to-toe with Randle and Mitch. So that's the difference. I mean, we've seen Mitch play well. We never saw Mitch play that well. The way he played in that Cavaliers series was like, he was incredible. But there's reasons for it too. You know, it's part him and part the defense, part the player he's going up against. So, David L is not happy with Mitch. Lion of Judah said this was a great season for the Knicks, even though we lost, because we're still 3 years rebuilding stage. I'm impressed with our team's progress. Vegas has us in the play-in, and we fooled everyone. Facts. Agreed. Yeah. Walter Blackman says, I believe the Knicks will move on from Randle. Obi and Quickly are up for extension. Who knows? Maybe Leon would like to see what he has in Obi. I don't know, man. I don't know. You might be right. I don't know. I think this team has some stuff, some question marks. It's not a full change. Like, you don't have to blow it up. We got some stuff, but it's got to be tweaked. Yeah, it's not the greatest look. Big task at hand. Randle wants to call out the team by saying maybe they want it more, and goes 3 for 14 in a game with the series on the line. How is that possible? Yeah, that's tough. CAA says Randle's a trash can. Please get him off this team. Don't waste Brunson's prime with a player like that next to him. Yeah. All right. You know what? Let me hit my little intro and come right back while I sip this coffee. Be right back. Yeah. Yep. Margaret, shout out to you. She says, Ron, these guys you mentioned are reserved. Randle, all NBA and an all-star is a joke. I agree, Margaret, but once again, see, this is what I want us as Knicks fans. Let's go back. Let's go back to how the Knicks got to this point. How did we get to the playoffs? How did we win games? I think 48. I don't think it's 47. I think we won 48. How did we win 48 games? What was our like? Randle played great all season. Jalen Brunson played great all season. But what was our strength? To me, I mean, obviously taking nothing away from those two guys, it was huge. But our strength was the bench. The bench coming in and keeping leads. The bench coming in, and if we were losing, closing the gap so that the starters could come in and take over. The bench coming in, and sometimes, in the case when the starters didn't have it, helping us win games with their play. The bench was the key, our depth. But our depth was only as good as our bench. Our bench is what the key was all season. That's what we had over other teams. When the Knicks ran into problems is when we played other teams that had good bench depth as well. And then it became a battle. So now we go into these playoffs, and we got no bench. Starters come out. Some of them ain't even stepping up. We didn't get much from Julius. RJ struggled those first two games in Cleveland. Blah, blah, blah. No bench, right? Then they start playing a little better. Still no Randle. No bench. It's a team game. It's not a starter game. So without the bench stepping up and helping us, I thought we was in trouble. But let me get my guy D in here. Let me know if you're good to go, buddy. Straight? Okay. Oh, yo. There he is. What's up, man?
It's good, man. How's everything, bro?
Okay. I thought I'd be feeling worse today. I felt bad at certain points last night when I was watching the game, and I felt like this might be over. But I kind of processed it, and then I just kind of looked back and I said, you know what? Even the game looked like it was over the first time, and the Knicks found a way to kind of cut it and give us a little bit of hope. I just like the fight that they had, but yeah, it is what it is. I don't think. With the way these guys are playing, we were lucky. I was thinking even if we got past Miami, we was going to get smoked in the next series because we gave so much and the guys didn't step up. You just can't win like that consistently in the playoffs. You're going to get knocked out eventually. So, and what's your thoughts, bro?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And shout out to the chat. Shout out to still Knicks fans. Shout out to the Hoop family that's in there as well. I was just chilling today. You said certain things. I was like, oh, wait, hold on. We got to talk about a couple of things. And well, first of all, to answer your question, I always told you this ever since we started having these discussions about this round, is that it's a win-win situation. Whether you lose or whether you win, it's a win-win situation. And it's not because of what the regular season accolades were, or what was our record, or what we did in the first round. For me, that's not what it was. For me, it was we have a star in Jalen Brunson, like legit star, and the superstar. That's funny that you mentioned that because I had asked a question last show and I had said is he a star? Or is he not? And or is he a superstar or something like that? Or I alluded to something that led to that discussion. And it's like, for me personally, right, when you say a superstar in this league, right, my first question to ask you, Ron, would be, who is a superstar to you?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what would you consider a superstar in the league? See, because this is where conversations go haywire, because people have different definitions.
Well, I think a superstar, to me, it's not about and I guess that's why I threw it out there to him. But I have pulled back from it. I give him time to get there. But I think for me, it's not necessarily about the numbers. He doesn't have to lead the league in scoring. He doesn't have to be the best person with assists or rebounds or the best defender. But he has to impact winning. And he has to be a person that the opposing team has to constantly worry about. And he also has to make his teammates better.
Okay.
And I think Jalen Brunson tried to do that. Maybe in some points he's still learning himself how to do that. He's not great at everything, but I feel like what he wasn't able to do physically or how he set his guys up, watching him, the leadership that he brings, the fact that he puts himself all on the line, plays 48 minutes and has a good game playing 48 minutes and was trying to hit big shots to keep the Knicks in the game. Like when you need a bucket, when you need a good clutch free throw, when you need a play to be made, he was willing to do it and he was doing it. Like to me, that's it's a superstar thing. Maybe he's not quite there yet. I might have jumped out the window a little bit, giving him that, but I definitely know he's a star.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
I get why y'all would say it because it hasn't been here in so long. But it's like, no, come here, come. Right. But I say this, right? If anybody that wants to dispute or discuss the point, right? I always defeat people with questions. Okay. And I ask, okay, do you consider Giannis Antetokounmpo a superstar?
Yeah.
Is Jalen Brunson at that level?
No.
Forget about 7 feet. Forget about just that level of impact, that impact of winning. And no. How about KD? Even when they lost KD, I mean, at 34 years old, he's still balling. I don't know if you could consider him a superstar like he once was, but okay, let's go elsewhere. I think Joel Embiid.
No, that was fair. That's what I wanted to hear you say is what I would have said.
Yeah.
KD was a superstar. I don't necessarily think he's a superstar now. He's a star, but I don't think he's a superstar anymore.
You got it. Yeah, you got it.
Continue.
And the Phoenix experiment was clear indication of that. And maybe he was injured, and maybe, but everybody injured, and everybody. Look at Jalen Brunson. The guy was playing on 2 bum ankles, bro, and who knows how many other laundry list of injuries he had, and he's still balling out. So, when I think about those guys, right, even like a Luka, because I mean, Luka controls a game. Like, I don't see the impact at that level of super. LeBron James, I think, is a superstar to this day because he still impacts the game even when he's 49 years old. So, Jalen's not there yet, but I think he's making significant steps towards that path, though.
Agreed.
And that's not a knock on Brunson. That's wonderful. That's the best thing that we've had here legitimately. Like feeling like that, honestly, I think since you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because even when Melo was a star, it wasn't superstar status. It didn't impact that way. He had things about his game that took away the impact of winning. Where Pat, I mean, look, the 90s speak for itself, especially with the rosters they had. So, a lot to be excited about. But I think what this series showed us, right, is that, I think some guys are asking for the link.
Oh, sorry, I'll put it back out there. My fault.
Is that, damn, what was that? Gee.
You were talking about superstars and Jalen getting there, but not quite there yet, and on the path.
Oh, I got it. So what this series showed us is that, which is a position that I love us to be in. And although I didn't think we were going to be at that position, but the fact that we got there was fantastic because now you get to thoroughly really evaluate what you need and what you don't need. And I think we're very clear on a couple of names that we know we don't need. And a couple could be controversial. But I think as a fandom, we should start having these conversations now. We have to be astute. We have to assess ourselves in the pool. We're going to invest our time, our energy into these Knicks for 82 games, right? All the post games, the pre games, and all of that. Damn, at least we better know what the hell we're talking about and what we want. and what it needs. So Jalen Brunson is a guy, right? I don't know if you build around him. I'm skeptical on building with 6'1" guys, like a team around. It just hasn't had a high success rate at all. And especially that Jalen doesn't play defense. And although he's willing, and I get it, he's a better team defender than on-ball defender in certain ways. But, you know, I question that. I don't know about that. But what I do know is that the Knicks do not dedicate to farming and building and waiting the 3 to 5 years to build it to the 5 to 7. They don't do that. So you got Brunson, right? So now, since I know that you don't do that, now I got to go ahead and think like, okay, what can work with Brunson, right? Immediately, ASAP, without me giving up too much, right? Unless it's surefire, unless it's superstar, right? But if I'm building it like that, which most likely I have to do, because teams are not just going to like, oh, wow, Jalen Brunson's really good. He could be a superstar this week. Here's our stars. So you guys can pair off with them. And, you know, and we'll watch and spectate how your success goes. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. It's very hard to get stars. Very hard. You know, when players are drafted, I think I went through lists of years, bro. Only like 1 or 2 players from consecutive drafts only made it to an all-star game. And like 3 to 5 year, like, I'm sorry, 2 to 3 year like links. So it's hard, man. You know, you go to an all-star game, there's only like 25, 26, 27, the most, or 28 if you want to go that far, legit stars. But there's 30 teams. So that means not every team has a star. And then you got teams that have multiple. So you got to build correctly. So if the front office was ever on the clock, it is this off season, because you have to build a product. I think CA said it in the thing. He said, how do you say it? He said something about like 3 years. Like it has to be 3, bro. And it does, because you had this year, then you have to have the next year to put yourself in a position to do it, and then have that third year to go ahead and explode, because it takes time. You know, dudes just don't mesh up together and you go on championship runs. It don't work that way. So it's very important and how to build, and those are definitely conversations we need to have. But shout out to the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? They exceeded expectations. Vegas had them there. I had them around the same place. A lot of people even had them lower 40s, or, you know, stuff of that nature, maybe not making it past the first round. And they exceeded those things, and those are very good. But I do keep in mind that what propelled us to get there, honestly, was Tom taking the reins in the 9-man rotation. And him giving these guys certain things in his isocentric basketball that worked to get us there. But let's not confuse things. Tiz was good in the Cavs, but he was bloody awful against the Heat. And that's a whole other thing that we could go game to game. Okay, but what the playoffs this show is, though, that Jalen Brunson is a guy we're building around. He's a guy that I want to see, and not build like, okay, eccentric Brunson, and we not like that, but I mean like we need something just as impactful or better to come in and assist that right away, because the time window is very short, 3 to 5 years, maybe even 4 years with Brunson. So you got to make it work quick. You're on mute, sir.
Damn it, this sensitive mic. All I do is pass the hand and I go on mute sometimes. That's why I'm not prepared.
That's all good.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I agree. Like there's definitely some things that we need to look into. And we got to ask ourselves some questions. I got a bunch of guys
of course
in the back, get these guys in. But before I do that, because there's a lot of people in the chat, just want to say what's up to everybody. Smash that like button, show your love for the show and this panel that's forming together here. Let me see who did I Stream Elements is in the building. What up, Stream? You know what I mean? Okay, anyway, all right, Stream. Shout out to let me see. I think I said what's up to D Nice already, but if I didn't, I'll hit you twice. Shout out D Nice. Bricks Nation in the building. Jeremy Nussbaum is here. Wacko in Brooklyn is here. And you know what? I want to do this in this way. Let me continue and I'll finish and you see where I'm going. Big L is in the building. Salute to you. Danny Landis is here.
Danny.
Okay, Walter Blackman, thank you. So it was 47. I don't know where I'm giving the Knicks an extra win from. It's crazy. All right, 47 wins. Thank you. 27 is in the building. Salute. Angel Torres is here. Let's see here. Go through this real quick. Sorry. Smoking Nick, which we're about to talk to in a little bit. He's here. Jay Boogie is in the building. Worldwide L is here. Andrew Gutierrez is here. Salute. Let me see. Ken is in the building. Salute, Ken. Ron Sarmiento is in the building. Salute, my brother. Appreciate you. Let me see. Just gonna. Almighty Finesse is here. Salute. Hope you're doing well, brother. D'Angelo is in the building. Salute. Good to see you, my bro. All right. I think I'm almost coming up to. I got everybody here. Canal Band Lauya is in the building. What's up, Canal? Good to see you. Boogie Down BX is here. Salute. Shaw Powers is in the building. Salute, Shaw. And definitely, guys, if you haven't already, definitely check out Shaw and Divine, man. Real talk. You know, Knicks real talk, should I say. Willian is in the building all the way from Brazil. What up, Willian? Nick Yak is here. Salute. Appreciate you. Dwight Young is in the building. Salute, Dwight Young. Now, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Dwight. I don't know if this is your first time being in the chat on our show, but if it isn't, you know, welcome back. And if it is, thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you like the show and then continue to come back in the future.
That
Rich
happens
Cologne
to me all the time.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Rich Cologne is in the building. Salute, Rich. Appreciate you. Tuning in from Facebook, and shout out to you guys on Facebook that may be watching. You know, on we're streaming on Facebook and Twitter and Twitch as well today. So shout out to all y'all. Appreciate y'all. David L. Once again, I appreciate you. D Nice. I think you know, and this is a different D Nice. Appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. Oh, my fault. Kareem Grant's in the building. What up, twin?
Kareem.
Ah, man, the name I don't want to see because I was hoping he was wrong, but you know what? It's still in play. Knicks will be 2026 NBA champs. I was hoping it was going to turn to 2023, but it's all right. You still in play, buddy. Appreciate you.
It sure is.
Zodiac Z is in the building. Salute. Zodiac Z. I mean, if this is your first time tuning in, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Visions is in the building. Salute. Okay. Now, the reason why I just wanted to take my time and get through all the names and also shout out to the people that are on the panel, and I'm about to bring them in, is because the Knicks had to me, a great season. A good season. Let's say that. Knicks had a good season. You know what I mean? Great would be something like, whoa, you know, we did that, but good season. A surprisingly good season. And I want to thank them once again for allowing us as fans to enjoy what we saw and to appreciate this and feel good about it. I mean, usually we just chilling watching NBA basketball like the Knicks are sitting pina colada somewhere, but we got to see an extended run. So that was nice. But as much as I want to give the Knicks kudos and show them love for allowing us to have that, I want to give our Knicks fans love as well, man. Listen,
absolutely,
we were fans, we were rocking, and you know, on the chats, on all these shows, supporting the Knicks community. Everybody has been there. We've been in this together. Even the haters, we all have been in this together. So I want to give everybody a round of applause. You know what I mean? This has been a good season for all of us. Now let's get these guys in here. Jay Boogie in the building. Worldwide L in the building.
Let's go,
and Smoking Nick in the building. And I'll form the head. Oh, I thought we wasn't doing a Voltron thing. My bad. Sorry. Old school. My fault. Anyway, guys, I appreciate y'all. Let me hit with in order this way. Jay Boogie, what's good?
Time. Good early afternoon to the gentlemen. Good early afternoon to the chats. Good early afternoon to the world's most famous and greatest, most loyal, respectful people it is on planet of sports belong up under that orange and blue network. I'm gonna continue off what Ron just led off with. In the words of Jeezy, standing ovation. Start that way, and I'm gonna leave it that way. I'm not gonna dip into no narratives, no negatives, no nothing, because y'all know me. I like to stay positive and stay in a positive direction. And to me, what a great season it has been, going all the way back to at the ending of last season, that a lot of people say when the season ends, it's over, and when the season ends, it's the beginning of a new season. On season is the off season. It's easier to play basketball, but it's that much harder to deal with billions and billions of dollars. So this is where we're at right now. I want to go back to when we didn't have a point guard. We went and got a point guard. We have one in the system. His name is Jalen Brunson. All the way back to the doubters when they saying he's too small. I don't know. He don't play defense. I don't know. He only led Dallas there because he had a superstar, this and that. We brought him here, and what did he do? He gave us leadership. He gave us a direction. He gave us a future. And he also let you know that I'm here, and this jersey is not too heavy for me. I can play it on the biggest market, the biggest stage it is, point blank. Now I'm gonna get real quickly to what y'all were talking about real quick to is he a superstar or not? I'm gonna give him my vote. He's a superstar. My reason why, because once you're in the biggest market and you put on like you put on, you know what I'm saying, coming off of where you was at last year in the playoffs, leading that Dallas team, even when they thought they was gonna fall off with Luka, and a lot of people like me felt like he was the leader of that team, because when he left that team and came here, look where we went and look where Dallas went. Second thing is, when you're playing against the best coach it is in the league, all the way across the board, he is the best coach, marksman, a general on that sideline. When he can't stop you, when he cannot shut you down, period, in a series, when he got complete footage of you to watch you each and every game, you are a standing ovation superstar in Jay Boogie's catalog. That's just me. I'm not speaking for nobody else but me. That man showed you that I can do whatever it is I want to, when I want to, play the whole game. And I know you want to run me down. There was full court pressure, this man, the whole time. I'm here. I'm here. It's nothing you can do to bother me, Eric. What did Scarface say? It's nothing that you can do to me that Cushion's not already done to me. I'm here. So I'm going to give him my superstar remarks. And one more step further, coming into next year in the Eastern Conference, we got the best point guard in the East. All hands down. They know it. They're going to make up for it. This fan base here, we're going to stand behind them. We're going to push them. We have the best point guard going into next season. The window is open, but a lot of people like to jump out of the window. No. The organization needs to jump in the window and put the team around that guy, because Jalen Brunson is in that New York Knicks house. Jump inside that window and build around that man.
Well,
I hear you, my brother. All right. Well, listen. Worldwide L, what's your thoughts, brother? How you doing? I know I see you on the road there. Both you and Smoking Nick on the road.
Yeah, I'm on the road. I hope y'all can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Good, my brother. Good.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Bugs real quick. I want to get that off my chest. He definitely is a superstar. When you could do what he did under the bright lights and pressure of New York City, and he's a winner. And I seen it. You saw it yourself, and our eyes is telling us what he is. And for them guys, not like Bugs said, for them guys not to be able to stop him, and they threw everything at him, including the kitchen sink, and he still figured it out. He's a winner. He's a superstar. He's playing under the brightest lights and under heaviest jersey in the world outside of playing for the Yankees. You know, he did it, and he's going to continue to do it. You know, but I wanted to give. I can't turn my camera on because I'm driving, but I wanted to salute the Knicks. And this has, for me, this is only coming from me. This has been one of my best seasons in recent memory of being able to be a content creator, to be able to watch all 82 games plus the playoffs, to dissect, to report about the Knicks, to go on chats, to go on panels, to do my own podcast with my co-host Harwell. This has been arguably one of my best seasons as a Knicks fan. And I only look forward to more and better from this team. You know, this team took us on highs and lows, you know, and for the first time since I was a Knicks fan, it was honestly nobody standing in our way. It was no, you know, in our back of our minds, when we was with the Patrick Ewing era, we knew Jordan was there. When Carmelo was here, we knew Miami was here before. There's nobody standing in our way. It's up to us as a team to come and slay and get that championship. It's no clear odds-on favorite anymore to win a championship moving forward. And the Knicks, they right up in there. So I just wanted to take my hat off and really salute them guys. Dope ass season. I wish we could have pulled it off last night. I know it's going to be a couple of tweaks. You know, I'm not going to talk about who we need to get rid of and all this, that, and the third, who didn't show up. Shit happens. It happens. Did that happen on that stage in that game last night? No, but it happens. And we got a whole off season to process it and, you know, come back better next year. Because no one thought we was going to win a championship. So if anybody predicted we was going to win a championship, no one did. So I don't think no one should be upset about where we finished, because they gave us something. They gave us something that we didn't even, beyond our imaginable dreams with this team. And I was happy, but I was disappointed as a Knicks fan. But I was happy with where we're going and what I seen from the team and from the guys. You know, I wish a lot of other guys could have showed up the way Brunson showed up last night, but that's another topic for another day, Ron. So salute to the Knicks. I wanted to say that real quick.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I appreciate you for putting your thoughts out there, and I'm with you. I think this has definitely been one of my best seasons. You know, as far as watching these young Knicks. I mean, the 90s was my time, but we're way past that. So as far as going forward, this is the best I've seen them. So I'm happy with the product, and it's been great to talk about them, because they definitely have, you know, there's a lot to say about these Knicks. They go up and down, they drive me crazy.
We done cursed them out. We done did all kind of stuff. You know, I heard D getting on him on his show, telling about how worse offended this person is, how we got to get rid of. We done been through all the emotional roller coasters with these guys, you know, and I think that's what us as Knicks fans will make us who we are and how we all come together as one, even for the shows, is because we're so dedicated. We all want the same thing. You know, we see it different, but we all want the same result, and the result is a championship. And we all want that one thing. So we all got that one thing in common. Now we all see the game differently. That's facts. We all see the game differently. Everyone sees the game from their own point of view.
Exactly.
But for that team to take us from that emotional roller coaster, the ups and the highs and the lows, and cursing this play out, and we want to get rid of the coach and everybody, the front office. We want to get rid of everybody. And that's the kind of emotions we've been on all season. These guys gave us something to cheer for. They really did.
Yeah, it's been a crazy year. Before we get over to Smoking Nick, I just wanted to say, you know, you kind of made me think about something. J Boogie and Worldwide L, but the way you said something, Worldwide L, you made me think about it a little differently. And going back, I don't want to harp on it, but just going back to the superstar thing for Jalen Brunson. If I look at the way this league is, as I already said, and you know, my friends kind of talked me off a little bit. They you know, is Jalen Brunson a superstar by NBA league standards? Probably not. Will he be by NBA league standards? Maybe. He's definitely on that road. But for the Knicks,
he's your superstar.
Maybe he is our superstar, because you know what? There's a lot more that comes with things, and the baggage and the media and the fans. For this Knicks team, the way he's playing, knowing how these fans are and how the media gets on you and everything, the pressure you got to deal with and everything they put RJ through and I'll say we put RJ through and Randle through all of that stuff. And Jalen has been here playing through all of that and then putting his body out there 48, all of that stuff and just continuing to do it. And then talking to Randle, I've seen Jalen talk to Randle more and try to get him back to where he needs to be. Like, yeah, he's definitely our superstar. So I look at it. Yeah, I'm with you on that. That I will agree with. Smoking Nick, my bad, brother. How you been? It looks great out there, man. I'm envious.
Oh yeah, man. I'm just doing one of my side hustles. You know, we sell food. You know, I got 1,000 hustles just in case y'all didn't know. You feel me? I'm gonna go to the store real quick, man. I ain't got no blunts. But how you doing?
Was that your Nick take? Oh.
Oh no, I was talking to you. Real one,
now as soon as we get you, now you breaking up.
That Italian soul, you feel me? I'm pitching all the time. Not half of the time. I'm pitching all the time.
All right.
Did my internet cut off?
Yeah, you back. Yeah. You back now. You back now.
I apologize. I said we got
to moving.
I can't stop moving. I'm in the world. I'm in the world, man. It's just popping right now, man. I'm out here just doing my thing. But to be honest, I'm proud of the team. We didn't finish it like we were supposed to, but we exceeded expectations. You know what I mean? So I will say that, you know, I'm happy. Did the outcome was what I thought it was? Nah, but we didn't get dogged out like other teams and stuff like that. So if we comparing and contrasting, I thought it was a successful season. You feel what I'm saying? We could blame whoever we want to blame and shit like that, or stuff like that, excuse me. But I thought it was a successful season. We went farther than we were supposed to be. So we should be happy, you know, be appreciative, you know?
Yeah, I mean, listen. Yeah, no, it was a good season. I mean, we gotta at least acknowledge that, and we also got to say, like, that's the reason, like, I want to, that's why I said it earlier. I want to be one of those people that's transparent, and if I'm gonna make a show about it or talk about it, I might as well, when we get there, acknowledge that we talked about it. So I can't switch up now, because we did talk about how do you look at these Knicks? The Knicks make it out the first round. If they make it a series in the second round and go, you know, far 6-7 games, how do you feel? And I said how I feel. So now that it happened, I can't feel differently. That's how I said I was going to feel. And I said, that's actually how I do feel. So, but I'm just saying, like, I can't change up. This is what I thought. If this happens, so this is how I feel. So I'm happy. I'm happy with the fact that they overachieved. I'm only disappointed in the fact that I know we could have done even more. Like, it was there for us to go a little further. And shout out to Miami, because once again, even though I keep saying that guys didn't step up, Miami helped with that. Like, Miami's a team that plays defense. They definitely knew. I think this is my own theory. I think Miami knew how important our bench was. And I think their plan was to try to, I thought their plan was to target Julius Randle. I thought they were going to try to do whatever they could to get under his skin, to see if he was going to, like, break apart and lose it and get too out of whack and put himself in a bad spot. And I think they tried to do that early in the series. And shout out to Julius. One thing I will give him credit for, he didn't lose it. And I was shocked, especially with all the stuff with Cody Zeller and then him being on the ground. He's just like, yeah, come on, bring it. He knew that they're trying to get in his head, and he stood his ground. So good for him for that. And I also thought that they tried to take the bench out, because I think they realized Jalen Brunson. I mean, we've seen Jalen Brunson go up against the rest of the league. Kawhi was on him, all types of dudes. Nobody was stopping Jalen Brunson. So, okay, Jalen's going to get his. Let's try to limit him. We'll throw him double teams, triple teams, try to get the ball out of his hands. Julius might have one of the moments where we can't stop him, but, you know, Julius is very up and down. RJ up and down. We don't know what to expect. So we'll just play them how we play them, straight up for the most part. And they did a great job at that. Bam did fantastic on Julius. And RJ actually played very well in the series. So it is what it is. But the bench the bench is where the Knicks cut their teeth. I keep saying this is my opinion. I think Miami said, let's take these young players out of there. Not used to being here. Let's make it difficult for them. And they did it the whole series. These guys couldn't get any rhythm. Grimes never got comfortable. Quickly, I do not know what happened with Quickly. I'm still trying to process.
It was the Cavs series too, Ron.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, as I mentioned earlier, it started from the Cavs series. I don't know. I think maybe the bright lights, not the bright lights, but the moment was a little too big. And they couldn't adjust, and then they couldn't go. Like with Quickly, I think something was wrong with his shot. I felt like when I was watching him, he was drifting. And I only go back to that because he said last year he noticed that his shot was drifting and he had to make some corrections. And I felt like he got back to that. My own opinion. Grimes, I don't know what happened with Grimes. Watching Grimes all series, especially this Miami series, this guy looked like he was never comfortable with a shot. He was moving too quickly. He was shooting too quick. The other thing about Grimes, you guys noticed all season when he was going good, he'll square up for that shot. He'll take the quick shot, blah, blah, blah. He'll hit a couple, get the defense on their heels. Then he would go aggressive to the rack, dunk, layup, up and unders. Where the hell was that from Grimes? I'm looking at him. I'm like, he even in last night's game, he pump faked a couple times, got past the dude, looked like he was going to the rack. He stops and then he passes the ball out. Like his aggression, he's another member of this team that we need to be aggressive and create issues for the defense so they can not focus on one player. He's got to go straight to the rack and take that. Like that was missing. The aggressiveness from these guys, the young guys especially, was missing. Hart, we already talked about that. Like, this is the reason why I think we lost. It's not just because of Miami played us tough and they had the refs in the pocket, whatever, all that crap. It's the Knicks didn't execute the way we've seen them execute all season. Confidence is important, and they didn't show that. The only guys that really showed that confidence were RJ. Shout out to Obi. I think Obi showed some confidence. RJ, Obi, and Brunson. Even Mitchell Robinson, who was so confident after that Cavs series, came into this series, caught a little bam, and he was like, "Oh, this ain't how it was in the Cavs series." Different, you know what I mean? Like right. That's what I'm saying. It was just different. But I don't want to monopolize because I could go on forever.
Yeah, you know, to build on something like because, and I've heard this. It's not just from guys at the pen. I've also heard it abound too, where it's like, you know, we want to appreciate what this team did, and we have. But we also want to think and ask some critical questions early because then we could go ahead and be more efficient in the offseason. So, for example, right, name me players that were consistent in this playoff series. Because this is evaluation time. This is the whole point of you trying to get to the grand achievement of championship contending or finals contending or a chip, because you have to be cold with this type of calculation now. Because it's fresh in your mind. You're not thinking about it in July when you saw the game 2 months ago. You might think things differently. So as of now, going with your gut, who were the most consistent players?
Who you think, Jay Boogie?
Who do I think? Say that again now.
Who was the most consistent players in this series that just passed for the Knicks?
Oh, we could only name one person.
Of course, it's Brunson to me.
That's it.
RJ had some consistency going on. You know what I mean? All the way from Game 3 of the Cleveland series, all the way up until last night. You know, RJ he done a lot of great things. You know, but me, I'm gonna stick to my situation, and I'm gonna allow Leon Rose, you know what I'm saying, to sit down and figure this thing out. You know, you had enough time to sit and watch, you know, through the regular season, to sit and watch during the playoffs, figure out how you're going to continue on going along with your plan. The plan was to get Jalen Brunson. You got him. The second plan was to see how Jalen going to stand up and do. Did I make the right decision? You saw that. Now your third thing is to figure out how you're going to build around him. So me, I'm allowed Leon Rose to continue on doing what he doing. I believe and have faith in the moves he done made and everything. and just allow him to make the proper decisions and continue allowing me to fan the situation because we had, like I said, we had a great season. I listened to all types of how many games people thought we was going to win, 37, 40, 39, 42, 45, 47 and everything. But how many of them people said we was going to win 6 games in the playoffs? You know what I mean? We won 6 games in the playoffs. Nope. How many people said that we was going to win a series? And like you were saying, the conversation that maybe you, Step, and other people have said, are we going to get to a second round and make it a series? We did that. There's so many things that we could say that didn't turn our way that if it would have happened differently, we might be still playing. But I'm well satisfied and happy about what happened. You know what I'm saying? Man, when can you say you finished this whole season, the whole entire season, above 500? Above 500 at the house, on the road, and in the playoffs. Above 500 winning record all the way across the board. And these are the things that I'm looking at, and I want to, throw out there to let people know, yo, we're in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? We didn't go get Donovan. We didn't go get him. Instead, we beat him. We eliminated him. You know what I'm saying? Okay, we gave up a draft pick for Josh Hart. He came in and gave us some exciting moments. He did that. Okay, Dallas lost. I mean, he gave away our pick because he knew we was going to be better than Dallas, but we didn't think Dallas was going to get this bad, whereas they got him, as a top 10. So I'm going to leave my decision with Leon. Continue on doing what you're doing. I'm a fan. I'm a supporter. I'm a watch. And, I'm going to root on because I'm in a great space about what we got going on. I'm happy. And, before I go, shout out to you, Ron. Shout out to you, Ron. The entire season, for those that wanted to slip and forget, he's still a Knicks fan in some of the greatest ways. And if you just continue on watching and following. Shout out to you, D's. D's World of Hoops. Open that door, seen that man come in, rip panels, didn't stay there, jumped on, opened up a brand new network show, and opened the doors for us to come in. Shout out to you, D's.
Thank you, bro.
Hooping. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate it.
Shout out to my man, Hard Will, and my man, Big L. Those are my brothers. Y'all know that. Fist to the squad. You opened up your show. You did your thing. You know what I'm saying? All the beautiful, wonderful conversations that we have off the shows that go with Ron, that go with D2, off the shows, great men to have conversations with all the time about life. Don't have to always be about basketball, but sometimes about life. Shout out to the Smoking Nick. You know what I'm saying? Believing and having faith in his show. I had to get on him one time. Yo, press your button and open up your show, dude. Open up your show, man. I'm glad you know what I'm saying, you're trying to feed into more as far as the Knick thing because you're a Knick fan and you're a Knick representative and you got a podcast too. I love all the podcasts and I love when the doors stay open. But more importantly, I always got to rock to the greatest people that's always in the chat, always supporting, always texting, always there. They ain't never there. They ain't never not there. They're always there. No matter who's on. They get here 5 minutes, be at another show. It's always a meeting place when you're dealing with the podcast. And that's come from us having a great season. Great organization, great coaching staff was going on throughout the season, whether you like it or not. The team played hard, and they gave us a 500 victory across the board all the way around the whole season. At home, on the road, in the playoff. Yeah, we finished 6-5 in the playoff. That didn't end right on some people, but it gave us progress. No, we game 5 in Atlanta. We didn't lose that game on our home court. We extended and went into a hostile environment against a team that is championship bound. Don't forget them guys like Gabe and Strohs. They was in that championship bubble game against the Lakers. They got championship identity over there. So all those are saying them undrafted guys and all that, no, they championship bound. They know how to play in warrior type situation. That's the difference between Miami and Cleveland. Cleveland and us, we just outdid them because we was able to have a little bit more extra than them. But both of us eye to eye, we didn't have the experience or nothing. But it paid out in our way. We just ran into a team team that was ready, you know what I'm saying, to pull the plug up. They showed you from elimination to the play-in and all that. Yo, salute to Miami, but more salute to my orange and blue. Y'all been have a great, beautiful, beautiful weekend. Blessings and health to all the mothers that created and birthed us, the ones that's gone, they rested, to the ones that's here. Happy Mother's Day, not only tomorrow, but every day. You are beautiful queens, you know what I'm saying? And I love y'all. I love y'all. Y'all stay healthy and safe. And I will be tuning back in when anytime y'all shows, you know what I'm saying, go alert for us.
We love you too, Jay Boogie, just so you know,
Right.
man. Smoking Nick. Back. We love you too,
Yo.
bro. 100.
No
Stay
doubt.
peace, Boogie.
That bugs.
No
Yo,
doubt.
D, it's funny you asked that question, right, D? Because me and my brother, we was talking about that this morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where do we go after now? And I said, you know, right now, today, everything is off in emotions, right? So you thinking like, damn, you know, I'm gonna get rid of this player. Like you said, who was the most consistent? Brunson, RJ. You know, I could say Mitch ran into a little bit of problems with Miami, but I also look at, like, you know, Randle should have offsetted that a little bit, and then he didn't do what he was supposed to do on that end. You know what I mean? As far as helping him, because it takes a team in order for you to win and go to the next round, right? It's so hard to answer that question, D, because me and my brother was talking about that same exact thing, and the only three players I came away with was Brunson. No, I did come away with Obi too. So it was Brunson, RJ, Mitch, and Obi.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only ones I could say that at least they showed that they did a little something that it didn't seem like the moment was too bright. I blame Tibbs I blame Tibbs on Obi's situation because I felt he should have gave him more minutes. You know what I mean? I thought he just should have gave him more minutes. So it's a lot of things that I saw. Like, even if Tibbs in game four, I thought he should have tapped Fournier. You know what I mean? I just thought he kept going to McBride, and we were struggling with offense. So why would you keep going to somebody that's not giving us offense? You need to try something different. You know, try to have Fournier out there to offset or at least spread that heat or keep them honest. Do something different. And I thought that's the thing that Tibbs didn't do different.
We should have pulled the Lonnie Walker move, is what you're saying.
I mean, you all hands is on deck in the playoffs. It's all hands is on deck. You know, you do things that you got to think outside the box in the play, and that's how you win. You think Spoelstra didn't think outside. There's players that he played that he didn't play during the regular season or during that first series against Milwaukee, because you got to just do things differently, and you got to be able to adjust. And you struggling offensively, so why not go to an offensive player? You know what I mean? You got to just try something. For them 3 minutes you gave McBride, which was it didn't really make any sense what you had him out there for. So why you didn't give it to Fournier and have him take a couple of shots?
A break.
Yeah. See, that was bad last night, right? Think about it like this. Now, RJ had a bad game.
Yeah, we got some good food for you.
Oh, damn. Okay. just fell off. Hopefully
no, man, back. MSG got to him, baby. He was getting too hot.
One thing I was gonna ask the guys when El was done was that, well, I think we could all agree, and I feel strongly about the second person I'm gonna mention. Obviously, Brunson is the unanimous, right? Mm-hmm. I thought RJ really surprised all of us.
Yeah,
and who showed up, and although he's got a world to go defensively, but he showed effort, and it wasn't consistent. But it was there a hell of a lot more than it was throughout the course of the season. Mm-hmm. So if he's scoring at 24 points a game like he averaged in the series, it's somebody to consider. That, okay, like me personally, I would say, well, we'll invest in another year and see what it looks like, and see how it evolves, see how it grows, and see where it leads to, or does it just stay in the same place? And then if it does, how does that fit? And then how do we move it? Stuff of that nature, if it's like that, right? But the big thing for me is that's big, right? So I know who, and I only say those two.
Right.
I don't think there's anybody else that fits that criteria. You know, from the roster. So then I have to ask the next question. That's fucking Knicks crazy, bro. You ask the next question, right? Is that who do you want to go first? Right? That's the next question. Because somebody got to go. Anybody that says that they want to come back with the same roster the next season, right, is smoking on the illest ish. They're ludicrous. They're completely out of their mind if you come back with the same roster. Go ahead, dude.
Who we getting rid of? Who we getting rid of? Because
listen, when I say this name, you're gonna jump up in the air and power slam 30 feet.
You might get power slam. I ain't power slammed you in a minute, but you know, but
you've never power slammed me, Smokey. What the hell are you talking about?
You know, on D's World, you don't allow people to power slam you, and you don't come on.
That's not true.
But that's another story, right? We'll move past that. But
you got a chance right now.
I know, and I'm here. I stand on it. So what I'm asking is, who we getting rid of if we not coming back with the same team? Who's the weakest links? Who's most liable? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, no doubt. So you want pit bulls, right? And this playoff show who pit bulls are, right? Tibbs gotta go. He's first on the list.
Okay.
Right. Next guy is your guy, your homeboy, right? Your Siamese, your symbiote, right?
Our best player. Symbiote is a good word. I like that. That was dope.
Right there. It's Julius Randle. That's and Cap. There is nothing that you can say. It's Cap. Hold on a second.
I'm calling Cap on that.
What's a lie? I didn't even get into my argumentation yet.
I'm calling Cap on that, though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm calling Cap on that Julius Randle take.
Dude, that's crazy. Anywho, the guy averaged 15 points a game in the playoffs, had a crappy playoff performance the first time around. His behavior is erratic. You don't know who you're getting from night to night. He's not a pit bull. He's blaming people and pointing fingers at others for his mistakes multiple times throughout the playoffs. If you want a certain player like that, then you could go ahead and have him. But I'm saying, well, it's best for this New York Knicks organization moving forward. There is no way in hell you keep a Julius Randle if you're thinking about championship contending at a high level.
My only question is that who we replacing Julius Randle for? Because do you think we even make the playoffs without Julius Randle this season?
Do we make the playoffs without Jalen Brunson?
Well,
and do we make the playoffs without Josh Hart? I don't get what
you're not even answering my question. You're answering my question with prefacing my questions with other questions.
Yeah, absolutely. To make the point that you're bringing regular season accolades. We talk about playoffs. We talk about what you brought to the table in the playoffs.
In the position that we were in, if those regular season things didn't happen, you can't just disregard those things. Come on.
You're appreciative of those that brought you along the way, but you got to finish the job, and you have to be with those that are willing to finish the job. And these guys are not willing to finish the job. Or like a Tibbs situation, he's limited. Where Randall's situation is that he doesn't have the pit bull to finish the job.
I agree with the fact that they limited. You know what I mean?
No, I'm talking about Tibbs is limited.
Oh no! I feel like Randall's limited. I feel like RJ's limited. I feel like Brunson is limited. He just showed the most fight. You feel what I'm saying? We all got things that they need to work on. If we had a little more shooting and a little more consistency, those mistakes that they were making wouldn't have been even as broad as it is. You feel what I'm saying?
Spoken Nick, your man averaged 15 points a game throughout the playoffs.
Oh my God! You trying to make it holistic? Was he injured or not injured? You just trying
to.
to.
Jalen Brunson was injured and he averaged 30.
Context on it. You just saying, oh,
Jalen Brunson was injured and averaged 30.
Come on, bro.
And injured he's 6'1". He's completely undersized for the position.
How many games he missed in the playoffs?
Dude, that just speaks to Jalen Brunson's pit boldness.
Oh, so we gonna hype one person all summer and then we gonna
hype one person. I've been on the Jalen Brunson train ever since he signed his John Hancock on the dotted line.
That wasn't the question I asked, man.
I don't get your point. I don't get your point about comparing apples with oranges with Randle and Brunson. The bottom line is that Brunson showed up, Randle didn't. My job, right, as a president of basketball operations, right, I'm just putting on the hat just for the sake of it, right, is that you want to make the team better moving forward in championship contention because you have 3 to 5 year cycles. You see, I don't think you get this. This might be a little bit too high for you. You know what I'm saying?
Telling me what I get and what I understand. You know
what I don't understand. What I don't understand is what is so wrong with saying that Julius got us here to this point, right? But
that's not what we said, Ron. What he said.
No. But I didn't even say what I said. I didn't get a chance to say it yet. What I'm saying is what No, but I let me say what I'm trying to say so that I can get it out. So then you can say that's not what we're trying to say. I didn't even get it out yet.
But that's
What
not
is so?
It's the third time he's done it.
Nah, he said forget the regular season. I'm just telling you what that was not what
No,
said.
no, no. But what I'm saying, I don't. It's not now. Now it's not about Smoking Nick or D's World of Hoops. It's about Ron.
All right, my bad.
What I'm saying is, what is so wrong with saying that Julius Randle helped get us to this point, but because of whatever happened, you know, we know he got injured coming into it. And I said this before. I said it again earlier today. Coming into this playoffs, it was horrible circumstances. The guy was out 2.5 weeks. Then he has to come into the playoffs and get his game right and get his rhythm against the Cavaliers. That's not a good look. I knew he was going to struggle in that series. However, I thought he'd get it back for Miami. Not that Miami's a slouch, but I'm just saying more repetition, more time out there to get comfortable, more time to get your ankle right and start get your shot together. I thought he'd be better, and he wasn't. So my point is, as I said before, I appreciate Julius Randle. I thank him for being here. My whole thing is the Knicks have shown that they are progressing. So how do you get better with Julius Randle on this team? You're going to have to give up something if you want to get better. Like if you're trying to really get better, not I want to go get, somebody in the draft, or I want to sign a free agent to like a 8 to 10 million. No, we're talking about getting better, like going and get somebody that is worth more. So you have to give up more. Who are we going to give up? So I mean, we're not trading Jalen Brunson.
My question though.
You have like 7 of them. So which one you want to start off with?
Okay, which question specifically you want to go for?
He's funny. Obviously, the latest question that I asked, D's.
But we didn't finish answering the first one.
But we didn't even because.
So do we go to the line of questionings tune or to the Smoking Knicks tune? Which one we going with? We do whatever you want.
Nah, we can't do this. Ron show. We can't do whatever I want, right? Stop that.
Okay, good.
Stop that. I got self-control, though. Don't pay
okay,
me,
good.
right? But
so which question do you want answered, Smoking?
The last question that I asked.
Okay, which is?
No, if you could repeat, I forgot. If you could repeat it for me, because I can't remember.
Now I'm gonna ask a different question because I forgot too.
Oh man, I think Cam remembered it. Cam for the kickback said the question is, who do you replace Randle and his productivity with? That was the question.
Okay. I'll answer it first because D may have a better answer to it because you guys were having the initial conversation.
Yeah,
I think you replace him with somebody who plays better defense.
We need a name. We need names. We need names like boxing. We need a name.
It's tough to give you names because we don't know if these people are available. I can say I can't. You know my name. I already said it. I've said it like 45,000 times. Jaylen Brown is my name. Jaylen Brown is my name.
Antetokounmpo. Like, come on, man.
Oh, Giannis? Yeah, we can do Giannis. We can do Jaylen Brown. But are you thinking they're giving these players up for?
That's what I mean. Like, I can say that the Knicks want them, that we as fans want them, but I don't know if Boston or Milwaukee's going to give them up. But those are the type of players that I'm telling you that I feel like this Knicks team has shown that they can go to the next level. Now's the time to kind of start tinkering the roster to get there.
I have a question.
I do got a question.
But it's to your question though, right? So it's in us seeking an answer, right? Is Julius Randle, like, put it like this, right? If Julius Randle was an all-star during the regular season, right? Would you say that, and I know I'm answering this question, I already know what you're going to give me, but I ask it because it needs to be asked, right? Did his tier go down a level with this playoff excursion in his second playoffs? Did it go down a tier from All-Star?
I think it was definitely a disappointing playoffs for Julius. He didn't assert himself. I don't think he was allowed to assert himself as well. And at tier, did he drop down a notch? Yes, he did drop down a notch. At tier, I don't think he dropped down a tier. to be honest, he was already third team NBA. So if you drop that Matteo, he's not an all NBA player at all. When you really look at it, he might have averaged 15, but he was hurt a lot. He didn't play a lot of those games. He got benched in one of those games. And in a couple of those games, he gave us 25 and 10, 20 and 10. So, you know what I mean? It's give and take. So to be honest, I think last night he didn't give us enough. So I was definitely disappointed in his effort, his energy, and you know what I mean? So
Okay.
I'm not going to let him off the hook for that because I like him as a player. But to be honest, do I think he's the weakest link? I do not think that is true at all. No. We wouldn't even won as many games as we won if it wasn't for him. The playoffs is a different standard. We wouldn't even have been in the seeding we had if it wasn't for Julius Randle and others. So I'm not just
I got that part.
Let me finish.
Well, okay, because I mean, you answered the question already.
I'm not going to just turn my back on bruh because of the simple fact that, all right, he played 70 good games, but then, or let's say 55 good games out of 77, right? And then he gave us 3 out of the 10 games we played in the playoffs. You can't just turn your back on the dude. It's a growing process. Matter of fact, this is his second playoffs. Like this was some people's first playoffs. So he's still learning like everybody else on the job and on the fly. So we got to cut dude some slack, man.
Although organizations should be treated like communities and family households, but it's a business also.
We understand.
So you have to find a delicate balance. So if I have a guy, for example, that has not performed 2 playoff series, but made the All-Star team those 2 years, that's telling me something about the player. And that's telling me that maybe they're not set up or chopped up to what I need in order to move forward.
Or we don't have the right pieces around that player to make him shine in the best moment. You can't just assume the negative. What can be solutions? And D, I'm surprised. You're a solution-based platform.
Yeah, I got your solution. You ready? Check this out. If he went down a tier, right? Now that's debatable. You say no, I say yeah. Other people will say no. Other people will say yeah, right? But let's say, for example, other execs, right? Let's say 50% of them, right? I'll be fair, 50% of them, right? Feel that he went down a tier. Now, that means that if the Knicks try to offload him, you're not getting back a return to the all-star to what Julius Randle was before his second playoff run. So to your question now, hold on. CC, hold on. Now, to your question now, right? Who do we replace with productivity and all this and Randle's positioning? You have to understand that in order for us to get to what you're trying to trap us in your question, Julius Randle may had to make us go off a bridge and maybe get off some draft picks now because of his playoff performance of him going down a tier by my standard.
So what you're saying is, and I want to understand you completely, you're saying because of his performance in the playoffs, we have to give more to get rid of him, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that because, no, to your question, you're saying that when we get rid of him, right, who we're going to replace, right? Because you're saying that if he's an all-star, right, then you're saying that you got to get something like that back in return. And you're saying that, well, check it. Because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to trap dudes in the question. And it's like, well, there's not too many power forwards that could go ahead and replace Randle. Regular season accolade-wise.
Is there, though? Is there, though? And that's not a
no.
trap.
No, I don't think there is.
You're not playing Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm asking you a simple question, right?
Come on, man. I know what you're doing. There's levels to this, man.
And you know I'm on that level. That's why we played it. That's why we talk the way we talk. You know what I mean? But all I'm asking is this, right? Like, see, I still ain't got a name. I only
no, you got names. You
Ron
just may not be. You
Ron
got names.
Hold on, chill, Rod. I got you. I'm gonna acknowledge that you gave me names, but D ain't gave me no names. He just saying that we need to replace my man, and then now we got to offload and give more than we usually get because his tier has dropped because.
In order for you to get back in that all-star return. So quote me right.
So no, you're funny.
Well, so hold on, Smoking Nick. This is the thing that I want you and other people to think about too, because you don't necessarily have to. This is like, it's a team. You don't have to necessarily replace Julius Randle's production at power forward. You can go out and get a small forward that gives you some of Julius Randle's type numbers, someone who can average over 20 points per game and give you 8 or 9 rebounds per game from the small forward position, and upgrade the power forward position in at like, so we're not getting a lot technically from the small forward position.
My next question is we getting rid of Julius Randle and keeping RJ Barrett?
Maybe.
Barrett showed up in the playoffs.
I disagree.
RJ Barrett showed up in the playoffs. Are you about
it depends, bro?
Smoking dick?
Yeah, it depends on it depends on how you fix the rest of the roster. It's one thing if you're saying I'm gonna get rid of Julius Randle and not make any changes and go with this same roster and have RJ, get the keys. That's one thing. But if you go out and you say, well, I'm going to make an upgrade in this area and then improve what I'm getting from a specific. Hold on, I gotta get it out, because if I don't get it out, it don't make no sense.
All right.
Right now, we said that we needed a small forward that's a 3-and-D, 6'8", 6'9" type guy. We've been saying that forever. If we go out and get that type of guy who can give us really high level production, that is going to equate to what we're getting from Julius. Then I'm not saying you go out and you get whoever bargain basement power forward who gives you like 4 rebounds and maybe plays a little defense. No, go out there, and he may not be the best scorer, but somebody who can give you maybe 10 points a game scoring wise, but can rebound, 8 or 9, 10 rebounds, can block shots from the power forward position, and give you defense. You're upgrading in the type of team you're getting defensively, as well as replacing the production that Julius gave you, but maybe at the small forward position. The point is to continue to get better overall. You might have to switch it up. Maybe you can't get it at the power forward. You get it at the small forward. You got to think differently. Some people might say try to get it at center. I don't want to do that because the centers they're naming are like Cat. I don't want Cat here. But you get my point. I'm just saying, there's ways to do it. It doesn't have to be, I got to replace power forward Julius with Bam.
With power forward this guy, right?
Yeah. You can do it differently.
And also, too, Ron, it's a loaded question. In the debate forum, they call that a loaded question. It is a loaded question because Julius Randle is probably the best power forward in the league.
Hold on. Ain't he one of the best power forwards in the league?
I would say he's probably the best power forward in the league.
I wouldn't think he's I thought, ain't Giannis a power forward?
I don't know. Giannis could play center. He can play small forward. He's somebody where Randle's locked down to a position.
I thought, to be honest with you, I never thought Randle was the best power forward in the league, right? I defend him because he's the best player on our team, right? He might not show up in the biggest moments all the time, but he literally is the best player on our team. People might not like that.
Better than Jalen Brunson?
Yes. I said he might not show up in the biggest moments, but he's better than Jalen Brunson, man.
Showing up in the moments is what makes you better than the next person.
No,
I also want to say,
that means you like Robert Ory, man. You just built for the moment.
We talk about the stardom with showing up. We're not talking about a role player showing up.
But you can't say that's not fair either, Smoking Nick. Because
let's build the criteria for. I'm sorry, Ron. Let's build.
No, okay, I got you.
And then based on that criteria, I could tell you what it is, because our criteria could be anything, right? And you think just because Jalen Brunson showed up in moments, right? He's the best player on the team.
Whole season. One of the best clutch numbers throughout the league, throughout the whole year. Julius Randle, I think, was at bottom. I forgot. But he was towards the bottom, sir.
All I was gonna say is I can see what Smoking Nick is saying if Jalen Brunson was like Quentin Grimes, and then Quentin Grimes had an incredible playoff series. Jalen Brunson averaged 23 points per game in the regular season. Julius averaged 24, but Jalen Brunson was right there. It's not like his game wasn't there.
25 and 10. Stop. Don't diminish it to pull my boy up. Just say what it is.
Well, I don't know if another power forward that's better than Julius Randle, honestly. I can't think of one.
That's a lie. Giannis Antetokounmpo is a power forward, and
he plays center. He plays small forward. He does so many things.
Listed as a power forward, right? So we're not gonna.
All right. In that case, then Randle is the second best power forward in the league.
What you accused me of doing 10 minutes ago. Trap card. Trying to trap card.
How is that a trap, bro? What are you talking about?
You're you're being sarcastic and trying to pretend that Randle's the best power forward.
No, I think he is the best power forward in the league.
So why would you be so quick to trade the best power forward in the league then, D?
Because there's not a lot of good power forwards in the league.
So you ready to trade our best power forward in the league, the number one power forward in the league, according to you, for a small forward?
If it upgrades the roster, without a doubt.
Yeah, the point.
But you have to understand there's not a look. Listen, the power forward position is not premier like the small forward shooting guard, bro. So like you can't. You're comparing in weird metrics. Out of the 5 power forwards that we can have a talk about, or the 3 power forwards we can have a talk about, Julius Randle is the best. I don't particularly think Giannis is a power forward, so to speak. But if you want to brand him that, right, then Julius Randle is the second best power forward. But it's not nearly as premier as the wing and shooting guard, where you're picking from a crop of 15 to 20 guys, as opposed to 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, D. I get where Smoking Nick is saying, like, if you're saying a guy is this good, how do you get rid of him? But you get rid of him because if you can only take the team so far with this player, then maybe you have to switch something up. And in order to switch something up, to get something as good, you have to give up something good. So that's why we're not trading Jalen Brunson. If we were trading Jalen Brunson, then maybe the conversation would be different. But in order to get something good, you got to give up. And so that would be, who's the second best player on this team right now? To me, it's Julius Randle. You might have said in the regular season he was the first best, but I have a pushback with that too, because I feel like next year I think Jalen Brunson will be the best player in the regular season, because Jalen came into this team, he was trying to fit in. Julius was already here. He was trying to work with Julius and work together. I think Jalen's going to go off next year. I think he's going to have the same type of numbers, maybe even a little better, and you're going to see the difference. I think Jalen is going to take over. But that's my opinion. But my point is, you have to give up something to get better. And 2, that just because you have a great player at whatever it is, doesn't mean you can't improve. And I'm going to say this: hold on. Let me just give my example, because some people may not pay attention to it or whatever, they don't know. Jacob deGrom, I'm a Met fan. Jacob deGrom is the best pitcher in baseball. I don't care what nobody says. The guy can't stay healthy, so the Mets let him go. The best, he's won 2 or 3 Cy Youngs, 2 Cy Youngs. They let him go because he can't stay healthy. But if he's healthy, he's better than everybody else. It's a choice. You want to get better. You want your team to overall be better. You need somebody out there who can give you that production consistently. You had to make a choice. And what I'm saying with Randle, even though he's good.
You think he was 100%?
Oh, God.
Stop it. D, you got to stop this. You got to stop this clear hatred, bro. It's clear.
It's not hatred. I just said he's the best power forward in the league.
Nah, bro. Nah, I didn't. First of all, I didn't believe you when you said it. And then when I asked, was he 100%?
Well, I don't lie.
You're scoffing. Why are you scoffing? It was a simple
question. I don't know if he was all the way healthy, Smoking Nick, but to me, that doesn't matter because I don't have just an issue with him not scoring the way he was scoring in the regular season. I have an issue with his efforts, certain things I saw, his mentality, saying that the team wanted it more than us. You're the leader of the team, dude. You can't say stuff like that. I don't want to hear it.
And just because he's the best power forward in the league doesn't mean that you keep him.
He can't call it like it is because his teammates and him is not playing. Maybe they want it more than us. He's not supposed to say that. Come on, bro. That's called being realistic.
No, if he's gonna say that, then call it what it is. It'll sound crazy. Yeah, I think maybe they wanted it more than the rest of us. Like Brunson wanted it, but I think the rest of us.
To be honest, first of all, he took the eye jammy to the eye and twisted his ankle and played every game in this series. Where was Quickly?
Yeah.
No, I agree. But if you were here for the start of the show,
he's not the only one.
We could pick and choose and play this game. And I'm the perfect person to play this game because I watch every game and I tether on every moment, man. Hold on to every moment. I just keep it for when y'all say that bull crap. That mean, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that I don't like y'all and I don't mess with y'all. It's a family. I love all y'all my brothers. But that B crap that y'all be talking is Malarkey, bro. Y'all
The
better
what crap?
appreciate what we have before we lose it, and then we be in the lottery again. Facts.
Well, let me ask you this, Smoking Nick. Were you here for the beginning of the show? Oh,
Yes, I was. I was watching from the background while I was setting up. You seen me.
Okay, so did you hear me talk for 30 minutes about quickly Grimes,
Went through a whole list of every
Randle? I talked about everybody who didn't step up and didn't show up in the playoffs for us, especially in this series.
First of all, I'm not particularly defending Randle. I said it before. I didn't like how he played in this series. His energy was super low. He only played good in 2 games, if you ask me. You know what I mean? And one of the games, he played decent. He got ripped for not playing hard enough. And I get it. The defensive effort is atrocious. I did not like it at all. I'll be the first person to tell you when it comes to basketball, I go hard. So I'm not just going to make excuses because I like him as a player, but to pretend we don't need him or we could do better, tell me.
Well, we can't listen. Whether or not you want to believe it or not, we can do better. But it doesn't. But
I need names, Ron. I need names. I don't need hypotheticals.
Pascal Siakam,
bruh. Not better than Randle.
Are you kidding me?
I'm just telling you the truth.
Look, I'm not going to split. I'm not going to split hairs with you because if you're going off of what D said, if you're going off of what D said that Randle is the best power forward in the NBA, then I'm saying. But if you were, then how can you get better than the best, right? But what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter if, like, I could say tomorrow, if this is like Monopoly money, this is like video game stuff. I could say tomorrow I'm trading, Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle, and RJ Barrett. I'm bringing back Jaylen Brown. I'm bringing in, whoever the best point guard is out there, and I'm getting Giannis. Because in video game stuff, you could do that stuff. Like, you can always make a better team, but you have to give up stuff to do it. All I'm saying is maybe Randle's the best power forward, and he's great. And for what he does, he's an all-star. But you can get better. You can't tell me you can't trade a player and get better.
I'm not going for that. Y'all slick, and you think, and you and D is funny, right?
Funny about what?
Nah, y'all slick. All of a sudden, Randle's the #1 power forward. He could be the best option to get off the team. Y'all think y'all think y'all talking to one of these fools that just be. Man,
I said that being funny because of the simple fact that, and seriously, no, in all seriousness, it's because he didn't show up at the playoffs again. So my thing is that if he's top 1, if he's top 2,
again, like he wasn't getting triple and double teamed in the first series.
Listen, all best players of the team get double and triple team, bro. Stop.
Brunson got double and triple team by Miami in the series.
He had a wall. Come on, man. It's this excuse. You're a Randle stan, and I get it, Smokey Nick. I understand it.
Brunson averaged 29 points in this series. He's 6'1".
Why you keep labeling me, bro? Stop labeling me. It's
not about labeling. It's just that you do stand up for him. You do give him excuses. Right. You do give him excuses.
I don't make excuses. I call it like I see it, and y'all don't like what I see. That's not a stand.
Yo, you just said he got double and triple team, knowing damn well that any 24.
I said the first series.
Hold on. So, fine. We're talking about the first series. Is that any player of that caliber on any given team in a playoff atmosphere is going to be double and triple teams. That is not an excuse for his lack of performance.
And you know what? Another thing too is, to your point, what you're saying, Smoking Nick, it's true. In that Atlanta series, he got doubled and triple team, and he had no help. Guess what? Brunson got doubled and triple team by Miami. Guess who Brunson had? Randle. And what did Randle do? Nothing.
Not enough. I agree. Not enough. I agree. Not enough. I wouldn't say nothing. I would say not enough.
So 2 playoff series
averaging 16, 17 points per game? That's nothing for Julius Randle.
I think he performed way more in this playoff than the last playoffs.
Yeah, that's fair. He did nothing in that first play. They had him on blankets.
Instead of 10th place, he came in 9th now.
What you're not understanding is he was the true focal point in that last series, and then dudes like RJ that could disappear at any time, and other players, he had no help at all. right? And to be honest with you, I thought he was going to do better with a person like Brunson that was going to actually give him help, right? But at points they wasn't really feeding Randle like you thought they should be feeding, or as I thought they should be feeding him, right? They're not giving him the ball quick enough. They're not letting him slow the clock down, draw fouls. Even though he was forced to shoot threes and stuff like that for the simple fact that they wasn't really giving him the ball in good positions and good spots, man. We're not gonna pretend it's all his fault. Is that false, D?
That's
Don't make
false.
Lazy. That's
That's
not
false. That is false.
First of all,
Wide action 7. They're
Hey,
all
hold
ISOs,
on,
bro.
hold on,
And
man.
Randle had plenty of ISO possessions to build and create.
Because you're gonna make me pull up the tape like you be pulling up the tape, man.
I got tape too, bro. We want to do it?
You're gonna make me get my channel blocked and then come back on playing with me, man. Stop playing with me.
Listen, well, hold on. I just want to say this. I want to say this because what I don't want, because the thing is, the way this conversation is going, I don't want to seem like I'm not appreciative of what Julius Randle is. I feel like the conversation is making it seem like that's what it is.
The consensus is Julius Randle is a problem, so he has to go. But without Julius Randle, we wouldn't even have Jalen Brunson, and we wouldn't even be in this position. And a lot of y'all need to. You think that's false?
No.
There's levels to this. There's levels to this, Smoking Nick.
Ron,
Once again,
I'm sorry, Ron, but this is how you get the views, right? You got to be divisive. You gotta be divisive.
You got to give the people what they want.
Make them believe. Make them believe, right? You know, I'm a very nice person behind the scenes, but on this camera shit, excuse my French, I don't believe nothing y'all talking about. Facts.
All right. Well, B, what were you gonna say?
Listen to me, bro.
These world.
When somebody gets you,
because he been ignoring me for months, right? So now I get my chance on Ron's World. Now I get to talk to him.
Ignoring you, yo, dude. That's the third time you've come with some nonsense and foolishness out your mouth.
All right, can we?
All
right, Smoking. Let's let D speak because you know the point is the fact that we're going back and forth. It may be entertaining for us. We're getting stuff, but we got people.
Randle. Come on, bro.
We got people watching. And people don't want to see a whole bunch of. I can't hear anybody. You guys are talking over each other. Let's just get it out. So D, go ahead. What were you gonna say, brother?
Sorry. Oh boy, for the 15th time. 15. Somebody could get you to a certain place, but when you get to that place, right, you have to make sure that everybody is in place in order to get you to where you need to get. And if Randle in 2 playoff series has not gotten you to where you need to get, playoff performance-wise, then he should not be considered to be moving forward towards championship contending because he has 2 playoff series in the last 3 years in which he did not show up.
So can I ask you a question? Am I allowed to? Can I speak?
Oh, Jesus. This guy is, man, I got the tissue box in your water, bro. Cry me a river, Nick. Jeez.
Hold on. When did I sniffle or
all right, go ahead, man. Look, wait, hold on. Before you go, let me do this because I got the chat. We got 89 people here. Smash that like button.
Shout out to the chat.
For sure.
Yeah, man. The chat is popping. The chat is wilding out right now. I think people are asking like Ron needs more mods. I don't know what's going on in the chat. I'm too busy trying to get some semblance of order here. But shout out to Cully. Shout out to Cully. Appreciate you. All right, hold on, Smoking Nick. Shout out to Cully. Shout out to AJ Bula. Looking good doing it. Franklin and Noah in the building. Mega is in the building. What up, Cormega? Good to see you. Exo Sports Talk is here. Cam from the Kickback. Sherwin is here. IQJ is here. Bad Mojo 1860. Knicks are nice. What up, Pudge? Keith Turner's in the building. D Rass is here. Gideon G Money in the building. What's going on? Dwayne Dennis is here. King Embert. The New York Knicks City and Squad. Yeah, Organic Fanatics is in the building. Salute to y'all. G Robinson is here. Jermaine Sims. Don is in the building. Ribby's here. D Coolis is in the building. Supreme System Law. What up, Chop? CC Cartagina's in the building. What's good? All right.
Now tell them drop the link and tell them hit the link, man.
There, man. Well, I will say this: smash that like button. I don't know, like there's a lot going on right now. Look, go ahead, Smoking Nick. You gonna say something? Hector Gaston is here. What's good? Hey, Steph, the Queen is in the building. Salute. What's going on, Dope Soul? Jay Deals Direct is here as well. All right, Keith Turner, shout out to you. All right, go ahead, Smoking Nick. I don't want to stop you. Go ahead. You gonna say something? Go ahead.
Salute to everybody in the chat. Appreciate you for coming to Still Knicks fan. Salute to Ron and salute to D's World. Just because we go back and forth don't mean I don't love my brothers. I love my brothers. You feel me? 100%. And happy Mother's Day to everybody tomorrow. You feel what I'm saying? And salute to all y'all mothers because they birth kings and queens. So
Facts.
That part. So we're going to move past that. But what I was going to say, I'm on D's tail, pause. But
oh man, I think you've been slicing dice, barbecue, flame boiled already. But if you want to be extra crispy, then we can go right ahead.
You can never filet mignon me. You gotta preface things before you talk to me, boy.
Oh boy.
Man. All right. Listen. This has been fun. It's spirited. Can we just get through this? Because I want to move on to another topic.
Sorry, Ron.
Control it then, Ron. What we talking about next, man?
No, I want to let you speak because after you get this out, I'm moving on. So go ahead, speak.
I'm over it.
Okay. All right.
I'm over
it. Good. So let's move on to something different now. Julius Randle. The issue. No, I'm just playing. No, but listen.
You see how you playing with my emotions?
No. But for real. So here's the thing. All right. We should be appreciative. We should be happy for what the Knicks gave us this year. They overachieved. It was great. Fine. The season is over. Now they have some time to kind of reassess. Let's take a look back and see what helped us get here, what worked for us, what didn't work. Is there changes we can make? Is there a different style of play we can do? What were we limited at? What did they key on? One thing we already know is we need better perimeter shooting. This team can't shoot. This is just what it is. It is what it is. I don't care. Indeed. Guys have moments. We can't shoot.
Why we focusing? And we need 3-and-D guys. We don't need guys to move. We need Randle. We need Brunson. We need RJ. We need to put better pieces around them.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Smoking Nick. You have to, when you're going into this, and I'm in no position to say that. I'm not in the front office of anything. But I would think you have to come up with different scenarios. Here's scenario A. We want to get this player. Well, if we want to get this player, we're going to have to give up something. Who are we willing to give up? That might be when you talk about Julius Randle, okay? Maybe. The other thing is, all right, this team played well. We won 47 games. We knocked out Cleveland in the first round. We got 6 games at Miami. What could we improve on? We need the 3-and-D. We need better perimeter shooting. Who can we go out and get to surround these guys, and who do we have to give up? Because that's another thing.
Ron, I don't mean to cut you off, and I have to interject. Though.
No, you do mean to cut me off, but go ahead.
All right, so I'm not going to apologize. Then I mean to cut you off. I don't apologize, right?
Wow.
Who is replacing Randle's production? Are we getting two?
No. I moved on. That was
moving on from that.
No, Smoking Nick. That was scenario 1. I said when you're thinking about this, you're thinking about multiple scenarios. I moved on. That was scenario 1. I said scenario 2 is the Knicks won 47 games. We got into the playoffs. We need perimeter shooting. We need a 3-and-D. Who do we go get? At this point, scenario 2. I know, but hold on. Scenario 2 is I'm keeping Randle. So now, who do I get and who do I get rid of to replace these people? All right, so that's the thing. Okay. So you have to look at who's out there that the Knicks can actually get. And that's not necessarily easy to figure that out, but that's another scenario. And then there's a third scenario. Okay. Let's say you say Brunson is our guy, Randle is our guy, we rock with him. Maybe we have to do something differently. So we need a 3-and-D. We might have to trade RJ. I know RJ looked good and stepped up in the playoffs, but once again, I'm going to keep saying the Knicks don't have.
I got one last question.
All right, hold on. The Knicks don't have a lot of great pieces to trade for substantial players out there. You only have so many guys that other teams want. And if you and the only other way to do it is to give up multiple draft picks and give up a bunch of young guys. Because
if we could get a better point guard than Brunson, would we trade him?
No.
Even if we could get a better point guard?
No, because you can't. It wouldn't make. And no, it wouldn't make sense at this point.
Just asking for the link, bro.
Why wouldn't it make sense?
Yeah. Because here's the thing.
Better point guard than him, why wouldn't that make sense? So it would make sense for us to get lesser players than another player, but then it wouldn't make sense for us to upgrade a player if we could get a better player.
What I'm saying to you when I say it doesn't make sense is because how do you
you hungry? Come get some of this good food.
First off, you're gonna stop telling people to get good food if you're not giving me no good food. You better ship it to New York, brother. I don't know if you got some ham hocks, some yams, some mac and cheese, but whatever, brother.
She had some ham hocks for real.
All right, that's a different show. But anyway, my point that I'm trying to make is, listen, you can say if we could get a better point guard than Brunson, why wouldn't you? My point is, how do you quantify someone being better than Brunson when Brunson played great throughout the regular season and even elevated his game in the playoffs? So it's like, why do that? It doesn't make sense. Target somebody else in your team that you were lacking something from. Like, you don't just replace whatever gave you what you needed. You replace, because how would that make the team better? Because going to the playoffs next year, say Dame is better. Just for example, I'm not saying he is, but hold on. Say Dame is better than Jalen Brunson. So you go into the playoffs next year, Dame drops averages 35 plus a game, but Randle still don't show up. Quickly don't show up. Grimes, you're the same position. Like, it don't make no sense. You don't start from a point of strength. Start from a point of weakness. And the only reason I'm saying that, because I know you keep saying Randle was good than it's like the team is going to want something. That's all I'm saying. Team is going to want something. You can't just get something for nothing.
Randle wasn't terrible in the playoffs. This narrative that he was terrible in the playoffs is wild. Decent 15.2 points in the playoffs. All right. First of all, he was injured in a couple of those games.
Get more excuses. Why we talk about Randle again, bro?
Hold on, because
move on.
I didn't move.
All right, hold on, because this is going to go back and forth once again. Let me get other people in here. I see Steph is here.
This ain't no back and forth. I'm just saying, man.
Well, hold on. Let me see.
Why don't we talk about how to go with the rest of the squad and like how to build from here on? And you went back to Randle.
I did not go back to Randle.
Yes, you did.
He brought it up. Yo, Chop. What's good, bro?
Yeah, connection. He's in the car, so we'll see if we can get Chop back.
Yo,
listen, but I hear you. Look. I don't want to keep going back into the Randle talk, bro. We talking Randle off a cliff, man. Like, come on, man.
To be honest with you, it's really funny to me, and I love Randle to death. To be honest, I love all our players to death. I don't want to trade none of them. If we're gonna trade anybody, bro, like I know Obi probably should have got more minutes, but his defense was lackluster. Should he really?
What up, Chop?
It's good, Chop.
What's up, Lo?
Salute.
What's up, Lo?
Salute, baby.
Let me see
Salute
if we
the
can
chat.
get...
Salute the panel. God bless everybody.
Without Chop, how you, bro?
You already?
All right.
Salute.
Go ahead. I love it.
Go ahead. Talk.
All right. Listen,
keep going, fellas. Keep going. I like it.
All right. Go ahead, Smoking Nick. You were talking.
Oh, yeah,
Smoking
man,
Nick. Keep it smoking, baby. Keep it smoking. I like it.
Y'all already know how it is with me, man. Y'all know my body, man. Y'all already know facts, man. You know what I mean? I'm just out here saying y'all already know my body. I'm in like this in real life in front of everybody.
Oh, you don't got to tell us that. We know this is you, brother.
We already.
No secret about that.
Hey, man,
You got to vent. Let it out, baby. Let's go. Let it out. This is what we're here for.
Nah, but I'm not even mad. Like I appreciated the fact that we fought. We did our thing. We went as hard as we could go. You feel me? Like, we lost by 4 points. We ain't get annihilated and disrespected.
Oh wait, is Steph back?
And it was
Who said
remember
we
the
did?
game was under 100, right? It was under 100. We could have
All
made
right.
it.
Yeah,
made
we
some
could
shots.
have. Hold on. Let me get a little order here. Order in the court. Let me see if I can get. Let me see if I can get Steph in here because I was trying to get her in before.
Yeah,
Steph,
get Auntie.
Hey, Steph, how are you?
Everybody.
Auntie.
My internet down here is not great, so if I start buffering, I might have to leave.
No doubt.
Central Georgia, a rural town in Central Georgia.
Oh damn! I'm in the city of Sac right now in the streets.
We see. Looks beautiful, by the way. And shout out to Don P. I see you, brother. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing all right.
Oh,
Don P, my name.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We hear you.
Yeah, I just came over here to issue out a couple of apologies.
Okay, all right. Well, hold your apologies. Let me get to Steph because Steph was waiting for a minute before. Steph,
let the Empress.
What you want to talk about, Steph?
Oh, I was just going to chime in with whatever you guys were talking about.
Oh, okay.
Mommy Dearest, please let us have it, Mommy Dearest. Let's go.
We trying to talk about what's next for these Knicks going forward. Like we kind of it's going to take a minute for them to reassess. But if we're just playing devil's advocate about different things and just kind of look at what happened, what can we improve on? Where can we go? The Julius Randle part of the conversation went crazy. So
yeah, I heard.
Let me put him on. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Steph. What are you thinking?
3 things. I think we need to upgrade the shooting guard and small forward. Well, let me put it this way. We need perimeter shooting, however they get it. We need perimeter defenders, and we need ball handlers. Brunson can't be the only one trying to. That's a late addition after watching this Miami series. Brunson can't be the only one that could bring the ball down the court under pressure. So those 3 things: perimeter shooting, perimeter defenders, and ball handlers. How they do it, I'm not sure how you add to the rotation without taking somebody else out, without decreasing the minutes. I'm not sure how you do it. So I'm not sure. That's on the front office to figure it out. But that's what the Knicks need. And one of those players, or both of them, if we can, need to be playoff performers. I think the Knicks need to prioritize players who, sometimes you can't know until they get there. But if they can get some people who've played in the playoffs before and have done well in the playoffs, I think that's going to matter a lot.
Yeah. No,
indeed,
that I agree with. It's not as easy to get some of these guys to pluck them away from other teams, but the Knicks need to try. You got to be aggressive. Because one thing I will say, as much as some people praise Leon for what he has done to this point, the Knicks aren't really aggressive in their they kind of. Right. We lock in on certain things that we've cultivated for a long time. Jalen Brunson was a long time coming. Donovan Mitchell, we didn't get him, but that was a long time coming. So when it comes to going out there and getting somebody when you need to go get him, how good is Leon in the front office in doing that? We don't know yet.
Right.
We don't know.
In different circumstances where he probably couldn't because of they asked him too much or such and such and such. And
it's fair.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Well, let me. I want to get back into this, but I also want Don P to get his because him coming in and out. What's your Don P? What's your apology game? You said you had some apologies that you wanted to issue, and I know one of them definitely. I remember who you talking about. So go ahead, brother.
Don Peasy.
What's going on, man? So can y'all hear me? Because I know my
we hear you.
Is kind of bad. All right. So y'all know I've been like the #1 Brunson hater. All right. And I always said that if he could do what he did in the Mavericks in the Knicks uniform and be consistent, I'll give him props. You know what? He went well above expectations. I thought at the most he was gonna get knocked out in the first round. He outplayed Donovan Mitchell. I'm gonna give him all the props. Y'all know I wanted D'Angelo Russell over him. Y'all know I wanted De'Aaron Fox over him. But in my opinion, he played better than both of them. he performed this season and in the playoffs, it's debatable between him and nah. I'm gonna give Brunson that. He performed better than De'Aaron Fox. He definitely did, man. So I'm proud of him. I give him his props and I apologize to him. Sorry, you know. As far as RJ Barrett goes, I ain't apologizing for the regular season. I ain't doing that. But he showed up in the playoffs for the most part. Yeah. And I can appreciate that. So kudos to him on that front. I hope he builds on top of that next season. As far as Randle goes, whatever with the playoffs, but during the regular season he was doing his thing. And as far as like moving forward, I'm all for getting Thibs and the front office out of there, man. I just don't see a way we can. I think this is our ceiling. I think if anything, we overachieve. I don't see how we can.
We overachieve.
Get better than this.
I mean, Don P, let me ask you a question. The front office is in question, or Coach Tibbs? You said, as far as Randle, Tibbs, and the front office, do you think the front office is in question, or Tibbs and maybe Randle's lackluster play in the playoffs? You know,
I think it's all of it. All of it is connected because it's built off of nepotism, right? Right. So as far as that goes, I would just chuck it down to the front office because as far as Randle goes, whenever he's playing poorly, it's Thibs' job. It's Thibs' job to substitute him at the right time or give somebody else burn. When he's not doing that, okay, who's holding Thibs accountable? The front office.
Well, remember the front office gave Thibs full autonomy. Remember that they gave him full do it. So you can't actually. But yeah, okay, I understand.
Yeah, you see what I mean? So like that's that's what it is. If you give somebody the full power, if they mess up, then
what's the point of them being
there? Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's what it is.
Yeah, but even with that, and I don't want to make this a whole big Tibbs thing once again, but even with that, like I'm not necessarily Tibbs already, he already basically locked in. Like, this is what I'm doing. And when you lock in like that, you kind of got to stay the course, right? And it got the Knicks to this point. The problem is, it always happens with these Knicks under Tibbs, is that sometimes he's a little too slow to make a change. He wants to fight and give these guys, which is good as a player for Tibbs. As much as we as fans don't like it, the guys might say, well, at least he's giving me a shot to get it back, or he's giving me a shot to work through it. But sometimes, like, that's not the best in the playoffs. It's limited time, man. Like, you got to make these moves and these decisions before it gets out of whack. Even in last night's game, I think that, we could have used Fournier for a little bit. The Knicks went out there and gave Jalen Brunson. First off, here's one of the big problems with giving Jalen Brunson the rest. It wasn't that Tibbs gave Jalen Brunson a rest. He deserved to have a rest. If he needed it, he needed it. It's that you rest him and Randle at the same time. What are we doing? When did we do that? Like, where does that make sense? You got to have some type of scoring out there. So, like, the guys, as soon as that happened, and then what happens is it looks like he blames McBride for it. Not that he did, but because McBride can't orchestrate the offense. It's like, who you got out there? These guys are all question marks. McBride, all his job should be is don't turn over the ball. You know what I mean? Pass the ball to somebody and then play sound defense on the back end. It's the other guy's job to score and get something going for us. But those guys haven't been stepping up. So you can't have Randle on the bench with Brunson at that time. You just can't do it. So my point is, like, in that case, I'm not criticizing Tibbs as much. He should have made moves quicker, and maybe exiling Fournier is not the right thing to do. Giving Fournier 4 or 5 minutes wasn't going to kill you. I don't think. You might catch lightning in the bottle.
I want to agree with you because I wanted to see Fournier too. But when Brunson went to the bench and you see how things change so quickly, I don't know now.
And that's what I'm saying. I agree. Like, as soon as that happened, it makes you see, like, wow, like, what is happening here? Like, if Brunson don't have the ball in his hands, we can't move. That looked a little crazy. But my point is, say you do the same thing. I don't know why you do Randle and Brunson at the same time, but say you do the same thing.
Mhm.
If Fournier's out there, I know one thing. Fournier's aggressive. Fournier never seen a shot he don't like. He gonna do something. You know what I mean? Guys were kind of stuck. RJ, look, in fairness, there's certain things that just happen. Like it all plays in together. It's a combination of the Knicks being stagnant, not knowing what to do because of Miami's defense and going zone on them. It's also a combination of, you know, the Knicks putting themselves in certain positions. RJ's dribbling against Kyle Lowry. Kyle Lowry can't stop RJ, but you know what Kyle Lowry's going to try to do is smack the ball out your hands. Like, protect the ball, man. Like, there's certain things. I know it's easier said than done, but I just know, like, that's what that guy's going to try to do. That's all he can do against me. I'm taller than him. You know, he doesn't have athleticism. RJ should be able to take Kyle Lowry to school. So what is he going to try to do? And that's the one thing he does against you. Like, I don't know. It just it bothers me, stuff like that.
To build on your point, Ron, right? And
yeah.
Can you guys hear me clear? Because I had to take out.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Good, baby.
All right, good looking. That, you know, we understood why Tom did what he did during the regular season. Like we got it, right? You know, the team was very up and down. They were giving up 140 plus points some games, right? The defense wasn't looking right? And we understood where Dolan and Heads got together, and they did it the Tom way. And we know that. And I remember it was around the time that Steph had brought me on her show at that time when that had happened. And we looked at the pace percentage, and we looked at the assists. We said, oh, no, hell no. This is Tom Thibodeau basketball right here. This is what he's done for the last 20 years. So, but we had questions. And the questions was that, do you want to take away the ability to experiment with the roster? And it was for things like this. And that's why on the show I talked later in the season that there's no championship team that exists without a viable, productive, high-powered bench. Bottom line, you cannot think of one. So it was very important for him to go ahead and do those type of things because just in case Fournier was needed in certain games of the playoffs because of his expertise, because of his specialty, right? It would have been wise to go ahead and sprinkle him throughout the season for at least 10 minutes here, 15 minutes here, stuff like that to keep him warm, to keep him fresh, just in case his number is called. Something Tibbs did not do, and that was a question that we had, but we also knew at the same time that it wasn't working. So, you know, it's a tough place to be in on Tibbs as far as that sense. But this is why you do experiment. This is why with some games you do bring in guys. There was how many games throughout the season where we said, you know what, man, just bring in Obi, let him play 20 here. Let Deuce go ahead, play 15 here. If you want to bring in Evan, let him play 10 here. And he never did those type of things. He would maximize the minutes of certain guys like Grimes, especially lately, Hart, especially when he got there, IQ as he started playing better and stuff like that. So that stuff to be considered and learn from, you know, when we go into the next season.
Is that favoritism or that's Tom from MySpace?
I think that's who Tibbs is, Chop. If you look at his career, he's never gone really deep like that. And one of the things also too is that, you know, they talk about the practice, they talking about, you know, the amount of minutes they play, the duration of the practices with a short rotation, you kind of get predicted results, right? Of when you have that formula. And, you know, we saw it again this year, you know, and I guess the question, because we've been on the fact with Evan and that, you know, it was good that Tom should have did that. And this is one of the things, and people might disagree with it, but I'm in favor of Tom going because somebody said it on one of the channels. And I forget, it was a fan too. They said it like on the comments after the show. They said, we're witnessing Tibbs' ceiling right now in the second round. And I said, wow, that's heavy because we did. And now we know moving forward that we can't see beyond this. And how many things can we call to question that happened throughout the duration of the series, right? And I'm not going to bring them all now, but I'll bring up one. And one is that game one, right? Knowing the history, knowing the percentages, knowing the numbers, knowing how it works against us, it was imperative to get that first game, right? And you couldn't beat the Miami Heat. You could have schematically adjust something to in the second half or the last 5 minutes, 6 minutes of a game where hobble Jimmy Butler with Miami playing 5-on-4.
X.
That's heavy. Okay, that and I think you kind of just and it tailspinned after that. Jalen Brunson, was gigantic in keeping us to this series, bro. I mean, gigantic. So, you know, I question those things, but let me not rant. I'm sorry about that.
No, but yeah, that's fair.
All fans need to vent. We need this.
Well, let me see what's going on. Sha, money is in the building. Sha, you good?
Yeah, everything
Good,
good,
Sha.
man. Yeah, you hear me? Everybody
money,
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, man. I just came in. You know, I'm gonna play a little bit in the background. I wanted to salute you, Ron, D's World, Chop Below, Steph, all you guys for getting me going this morning, man. Because that was y'all guys got the innovative panel right now, man, and y'all really got me amped to come on today. You know what I mean? So thank you for allowing me to come on, and I'm just gonna sit here and lay back. One big thing I do have to say about trades. Only thing that the Knicks can do this year is really trade. There's no really big players that's coming off contracts that I believe that's going to come over towards the Knicks. So majority of the things that we're going to have to do this offseason is trade. And who bigger trades for our team is we know we're not trading Brunson. So it's either I believe either Julius Randle or RJ Barrett. And one of the things that I was saying in the chat is we all have said this. Is RJ and Randle when RJ and Randle is on the court, do they play well together? So maybe we need to relieve a little pressure from one of those positions. I believe if it's Julius Randle, we can make up the points depending on what player we pick up, a small forward or shooting guard or somebody that can get that 22 points or them 8 rebounds that Randle produced for us. It's just all in the scheme of things, you know, how Tom Thibodeau runs the team. And I believe, you know, if we lose Randle or if we lose RJ, we just have to make sure we fair weather or play better, get a better player to, you know, supplement with our lack of a good 3-point shooting team.
Right.
Yeah.
I
mean,
okay.
Go ahead, Steph.
But whoever we get has to be a go-to player. Like you can't trade a go-to player and then bring in somebody that you need to set up, because that's just going to leave us with Brunson, unless you believe that RJ can be that guy that you can go through. And if you believe that, then that's totally fine. Then if you trade Randle, it doesn't have to be for a go-to guy. But you can't just have Brunson be the only guy, as we see, that you can go to. We're gonna need him.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And remember, the last game, Brunson did play 48 minutes, him and Grimes? Not the game we lost, but the game before. Game.
Yeah, the game before, in New York.
Yeah, no, I mean that's true. Listen, and let me just say this. Let me say this real quick, because there's stuff going on in the chat. It don't look too crazy to me. I don't know what's happening. I know there's some Miami Heat fans that have jumped in the chat. It is what it is. We welcome you. You have your moment. Take it. And you know, one of them that I see, he's been, for the most part, I see him being respectful. I mean, he's happy that his Heat won, but he's still saying that the Knicks need more help for Brunson. Okay. All right, cool. As long as you keep it. Yeah, as long as you keep it respectful, we welcome to say whatever you want. This is not, you know, if you have a different team you like or a difference of opinion, you can't be here and say what you want to say. So it's okay, guys. We're good. But I'm just saying, just make sure that whoever is a moderator, just make sure nothing crazy is happening. And if you got to put somebody in timeout, let it be warranted. I don't want people just getting all crazy with power. Everybody, it's about free speech. Everybody should be able to talk. But if people are getting too crazy, too loose, that's a different story. But yeah, man, like I think we're just in a situation where, you know, we're in a good place. I think the Knicks did some great stuff, you know, some really good stuff this year that we can build upon. It's just how do we do it without upsetting the balance of our squad? Like Tibbs is going to be the coach. He's not going anywhere. We know that. So as much as we may say we want him, you know, maybe there's a change. Nah, it's not happening, especially after this 47 wins, 5th seed, winning the first playoff series in 10 years. Like, he ain't going nowhere. So it is what it is.
And Ron, to take it a step further, it might be surprised if hardly nobody goes anywhere because the bar was playoffs, and they exceeded the bar. So they might say, hey, you know, we'll move a couple pieces here and there, but they might keep the core and the nucleus as to what it is right now.
Yes, no, I wouldn't be shocked. But my whole thing is, let's look at something a little differently. This is a question that has come up last season. Did it come up 2 seasons ago? Maybe it did. It definitely came up last season. Is it come?
No, 2 seasons ago was Fizdale. That was Fizdale. Don't say 2 seasons ago. Last season.
No. But you don't know what the question is.
Okay.
It came up 2 seasons ago. It came up last year. It didn't come up as much this year because we have a couple different pieces. Okay. Can RJ and Julius Randle be successful together? Because we don't really harp on it anymore because we got Jalen Brunson here. But when they were doing their thing, do they ever do it well at the same time? I mean, it's rare that it happens. To me, when I see something like that, it still points to maybe one of these guys would be better off served somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, you got to look at that. That's all I'm saying. Like, we can't not. Jalen Brunson has put a, it's not like you're putting a mask or a blanket over a team, but he's made this team so much more better and more relevant, and he's taken the pressure off of all of these guys. He's been the guy to take the pressure, and you would hope that would free guys up. I think it freed Julius up to have a much better season this year. He could just focus on getting himself right mentally and just going out there and playing basketball. As much as you want to get on Julius, Jalen Brunson is still playing well for you. He's making big shots. He's it takes you off of it. You don't hate, you can't hate as much. Like, oh, well, they are playing well. Julius might, but the last year was venom. This year has been much better. So what I'm saying is, if we're looking at going forward, how can we get better? If we don't make many moves, maybe the one move we really need to think about is it's an either or. Keep Brunson, but maybe either Julius or RJ need to go because something's still not quite meshing there. The other thing is Obi. I mean, I think everybody kind of knows it at this point. As much as you may like Obi, good kid, good spirit, Obi got to go because he's just not as productive as you want him to be. He's still playing behind Julius Randle, and he's going to be in for a payday soon. And he's not worth us giving him the money. We got to give other guys money. We've given other guys money. So you got to move on. And so I think there's going to be some. I still think there's going to be some changes. Some people may not think they're huge, but I think Obi's going to be gone. I think the Knicks are going to make a decision on quickly. I don't see them necessarily moving on from quickly, but this is from a Knicks standpoint. What if Quickly wants to be a starter somewhere else or wants to be a starter for the Knicks? That's not going to happen. So, maybe Quickly doesn't want to take whatever offer we give Quickly. And so that makes the decision easy for us. And then, Fournier and then Rose, what's going to happen there? Mitch and Hartenstein, I think both those guys will be back. I mean, I don't see that changing too much. But you still got to figure out how to make this team better shooting wise. Is Grimes the answer? Grimes defensively, we've seen how he steps up on that side of the ball. But if you tell me I could go out and get somebody who plays defense similar to Grimes, but who can shoot better, you got to buy Grimes. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you a question, Ron. Let's just say if whatever happened with the trade prior to the season, and we did get Donovan Mitchell for RJ, and we did acquire Jalen Brunson, how you think that would have meshed as well with Randle and Donovan Mitchell, and we have Brunson? Because now it's in question. Everybody wants the ball, whatever. You think that would have meshed accordingly in this series, or as this team does? Yeah,
it kind of all depends on how the rest of the season shakes out. If we still were able to get Josh Hart, then I think the Knicks would have been I think the Knicks could still have. Well, then again, things would have changed because the Cavaliers we wouldn't have been playing the Cavaliers in the first. They would have been a different team maybe. So it all depends on matchups and all that. And we would have
constructed the roster different too.
Yeah. I think we would have been okay because I think Donovan Mitchell being that guy, Jalen Brunson would have given more consistently to help with him than maybe Garland did. Garland had 1 or maybe 2 good games in the series, but I think Jalen would have given more. So I think the Knicks could have still been okay. But defensively, we don't know what that would have looked like. We don't know if we would have still got Josh Hart. We don't know what other changes they would have made. That's all like up in the air because it could have got crazy. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to say. I don't know. Yeah. So what do you guys think outside of that? All right. The season has been, a good one. We've been happy. But what do you think the expectations are for someone like, say, to what Dee's point is, everything could stay the same. So if that's the case, what do you think is the expectations for Julius Randle going into next season? If he's going to be here, what do you think is the big thing that he can possibly do to get better? Because he was really good in the regular season, made the All-Star, all this stuff. He just didn't show up in the playoffs. Like, what can he do differently? Like, it's hard because, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is myself. I'm asking y'all. What do you think? I'll start with you, Shah. What do you think?
Big thing about Randle is to find out Randle had an awesome year this year, the best year, I believe, in his career, 24 and 11, with about 5 assists this year. He played great basketball, made the All-Star team. He went down at the wrong time, I think, this year, too. That 70-something game when he really twisted his ankle and then he came back and re-injured the ankle again, I really think that set him back this year, you know what I mean? He was on a roll. He was playing some of the better basketball towards the end of the season, I believe, and that stumble, that twist of that ankle, which I thought was a bad foul by what was that? Bridges? I forgot the name of the player who he put his foot under Julius Randle to twist his ankle like everybody else does to us. You know what I mean? I'm being a fan right now, but that makes a difference. And to see, do I think Julius Randle is here next year? I believe they come back with somewhat what the same team is and make some stronger determination in the second unit. I think Julius Randle is going to do what he does in the offseason, get himself in shape, get himself cut up, and try to utilize his 3-point shot a little better next year. And one thing that I heard early in the chat, this is only Julius Randle's second time in the playoffs. And yes, we wanted him to play better in the playoffs, but it still is his only second time in the playoffs. So if that takes any kudos for anything or, any whatever you want to say about it. But, Julius Randle, I believe, is going to be here next year. And I think, it's for me, the only two people that are viable for trade in our starting unit is probably going to be RJ Barrett or Julius Randle. You know what I mean? And maybe one of our young guys is going to go in the package with either RJ Barrett or Julius Randle. You know what I mean? And that's how I see it. If it's one of those two guys, one of those wing guys that's going to get rid of, we're going to get RJ and get this 6'9" guy that I don't know where we're going to get him from unless we go to New Orleans and get somebody from New Orleans over there, send RJ to New Orleans to play with his boy over there, or are we going to get rid of Julius Randle and try to get a more regular style player where RJ can really flourish with
a small forward.
Yeah, with Julius Randle, with Brunson or something.
Yeah. No, and thank you, Shah, for answering the question, and I appreciate that. But I think I'm gonna tailor the question and make it even easier to answer. You already answered it either way, so you're good.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, do you think that Julius Randle played the way he played in these playoffs because of the injury? Or if he didn't get injured, would we have seen a different Julius Randle? That's the question I'm going to go with. So let me ask Steph, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think what we saw from Randle was because of the ankle. I will say this. An ankle can impact your movement, but it shouldn't impact your decision making, and it shouldn't impact your game. You know what I mean? So sure, if you want to say because of his ankle, this is somebody who likes to I don't know, driving to the lane, and because of the ankle, he just didn't have the speed that he usually has. I can get with that. But his floor game could have been sharper regardless of the ankle. You know what I mean? So no, I don't think the ankle was the reason that he played the way he played. I think some of it was Miami, you know, in terms of how they played him. Part of it was scheme, you know, put ISO in him against Bam. That's not to our advantage. So I didn't quite understand that, you know. I would have liked to see him go downhill, just some different looks for him so that he can just catch it and shoot. But Randle is somebody, even if you do that, he'll catch and wait for the guy to catch up to him, you know? So no, I don't think it was the ankle. And to the first question, I know you amended it, but I want to answer it anyway.
Okay,
There
no problem.
absolutely nothing Randle can do next season for me that's going to be impressive. There's nothing he can do. I need to see him in the playoffs. That's it. He can go out. He can be all NBA first team. I don't care. I got to see him in the playoffs. So there's nothing he can do next season for me.
I hear you. All right. So let me go. D, what's your thoughts?
Chop Low? No? Okay.
No. I'm going to go to you, and then I'm going to go to Chop Low, and then Smoking Nick.
Okay. I got you, sir. All right. Ask the question again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, the first one was, what can Julius Randle do next season?
Yeah.
You know, to improve, especially like in the playoffs, if we're lucky enough to get back there. And then I amended it, but you can answer both. That's for everybody as well. Do you feel like Julius Randle played the way he played because of the injury? And if he didn't get injured, would he have been different in the playoffs?
Yeah. As you heard me before with Smoking Nick, everybody injured at this point of time of the year, as we've seen. That's no excuse. You know, that playoffs are a different animal. It brings out the best or it brings out the worst out of players, and that was clearly indicative. But no, I don't. To your latter question, to your first question, you know, Steph gave the knockout punch already. I mean, there's nothing, and we know what we're getting, which is kind of like a turnoff. Now, of course, the possibility, can he grow? Of course, that possibility is there, and that percentage is there. But, you know, I can't unsee what I saw this playoffs. I can't unsee. He did it again last night, and I lost my mind on the show when he did it the first time. When you give a bad dribble handoff, and then you don't even come back on defense. Hart or Grimes or somebody, I forgot who it was. They were on the left corner,
I think
and
it was
they got
Brunson.
back before Randle even showed up.
Yeah.
And this whole thing that he comes with weak closeout defense, right? He doesn't put his butt in a chair. Okay, Randle sits in a chair, right? I would assume. I don't think he sleeps like a vampire upside down or something like that. So if you put his butt in a chair, right, it would be better closeout defense. He shows none of that whatsoever, and then throws his hands up to
it's somebody else's fault.
Yeah, right. Like whoever's rotating to that weak side, whatever. And it's like, yo, dude, like, you can't take something like that seriously. So would I want to move Randle? Absolutely, of course I do. But I know the Knicks are not going to do it. So I have to be realistic about it. So, you know, no, Ron, there's nothing he can do. There's, and he's just going to be Randle. The only thing you can bank on is that he gets it right. He finds a balance within his game. And I think if you look at it, as bad as he played, was that?
No, and within himself too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. And as bad as he played in these playoffs, there were little signs and indications of it. Like, example, 5th game against Cleveland, Evan Mobley. It was so sad he went back out with the ankle that game, because that was the best Randle played this whole playoffs, bro. He was very aggressive. He was getting to his spots. He was seeing the game wonderfully that half. It was wonderful. It was like, wow, if Randle could play like this all the time. So, but that's the only thing you're banking on. So, yeah, Steph knocked it out of the park, man. Nothing.
And if he can break down, if he's putting out so much energy on offense that he doesn't have anything left on it, then bring down some of the offense then. just bring down. Maybe we need to bring down his touches, bring down his usage, you know, or whatever, so that we can get something on the defensive end. And listen, because of his usage, okay, maybe not on every single possession, but even high usage guys, there's certain times in the game and when they lock in. You know, there's crunch time possessions in which they lock in. When Bam came down the middle, Game 5 on that pick and roll down the middle, like, all right, you don't want to take a charge, you got to take a it was just too many periods like that in this series.
Yeah,
probably during the regular season as well. But these are high leverage games now. When even where you're supposed to be, even off of a hedge and
Facts.
hedge and get back, where you hedging but you got your back to, like, so you can't see Kevin Love now.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Like, so I'm not sure what it is. And I hear you, Sherwin. They had it. There was a box, but that box was for everybody. That box wasn't just for Randle. That box, they was packing it in for Brunson. They was packing it in for RJ. They was packing it in for everybody. Yeah. Why Randle was the only one who couldn't figure it out?
I don't think that's true.
And a serious question that we should ask ourselves, let's forget for a second, right, what we think the front office is going to do, right? Let's forget that. As a fan base, as a people, or some of us that are astute to the game, or some of us that just watched this team for so many years, what would you think is the number one priority thing that we need to do this offseason, right? Number one on top of the list, in order for us to take, because that's the whole point of life. You want to be better today than you were yesterday, right? So how do we get to the Eastern Conference Finals? How do we get to championship contending? How do we become finals threat? What would be the first priority for us?
You know what? Hold on. Let's that's good. That's a good next question to get to. Chop Low, did you have anything you wanted to say about Randle?
Sorry, yes.
No, you good. I like that question. Actually, that's a really good question to get to.
No, that was a great question, and I want to piggyback off of what Steph said and what he just said, because you know what, there's a lackluster in Randle, and is it mentally, is it trusting your teammates and trusting in, by some of us, we don't like the system, we don't like what Tibbs is doing as far as the rotation, but the trust aspect of everybody else, but it's like he's given as far as I'm not with like
Chop, you in the blender.
Everything like you.
Yeah,
Chop, can you hear me?
But
somebody's making a smoothie with your voice. I can't.
Can you hear me? Oh no, yeah. Yeah,
there you go.
Because I'm doing Uber Eats, so I'm doing Popeyes right now.
Oh man, listen, you sound good now. You sound good.
Everything that she said, I believe, and what he just said also, Randle is I don't think.
Oh damn!
You look. It's okay, Chop. Well, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Do your thing, man. Get that delivery going, man. Because I know if you come late for my stuff, I'm gonna be mad. What you gotta do?
I think the problem we have is that Randle might be lackluster, but that lacklusterness is still all NBA, right? So you're gonna trade that lacklusterness for somebody that don't even have no luster at all, and then we're gonna see exactly where we are, right? Yeah, keep.
But why do we have to trade him for somebody that's? Why do we have to trade him for a bum? And I'm not saying we need to trade him, but if we do trade him, why do we have to trade him for a bum?
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, I think at least evil, at least level. I mean, we may not can get a player here that's gonna guarantee us a 25, 11, and 5. But if we get 22, 8, and 4, I'm not really that upset, especially if he works better in the offense. I mean, if he works better in the defense, if he's better on closeouts, better on perimeter defense, not selling out and dropping off of your man when and let him take in an open jump shot. You know what I mean? A different defensive minded player. And I'm not taking anything from Randle this year. That was my guy this year, man. He did his thing this year. all MVP, all MB, all everything. He did what he needed to do. But if we're changing the position, it would probably be something somewhat similar to Randle's position. And I'm not saying getting a player less luster, a better player at that position to strengthen up somewhere else, because I believe Brunson, RJ, and Quentin Grimes are going to be our quote unquote big three next year. Quentin Grimes had a rough season this year. First time being in the starting lineup, first time being in a major playoff and stuff like that. I think he's going to get in the gym this year. I think he's going to get bigger. His mindset is going to be a little bigger. He's already been on the big stage. I think he's going to come out next year, hopefully, to perform better than he did this year. So, I mean, that for me, the push to Randle is where, we can get someone to gather rebounds and keep a 3-and-D power forward-ish type of guy or something like that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Steph. No, I was going to say, I hear that. I agree with you.
Or to your earlier point, Ron, about whether they can play together, even if you trade RJ,
right?
But will Randle be open to this? Bring his usage way down. Like if we're able to get an all-star small forward, for example, and Randle is still on the team, his usage has to come down. That's the thing. His usage has to come down.
I disagree.
So you
said that earlier. Okay. So what do you mean?
His usage needs to come down. To be honest, he didn't get the ball enough in this series.
I thought they went to him too much in Game 6. I just thought
he sure did.
He didn't get the ball in the right spot. 4 and 5 seconds. They was giving him the ball in 4 or 5 seconds.
There was some possessions like that. You're right.
Yeah,
but that was the whole playoff smoke, Nick.
Hold on. Can I finish my point before you cut me off, Steph?
Well, you do it a lot yourself now.
But but I don't. You're the queen. You shouldn't have to do that.
But I'm saying, what does that have to do with it? I'm just saying, we all cut people off. You do it a lot as well. But
I wasn't judging you. I was just asking, can I finish?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All I was saying was, we being super harsh on Randle, like everybody showed up and everybody gave 110%. He definitely didn't do his thing, and he definitely didn't give us enough in every single game. But to pretend, and I'm not saying anybody specifically is pretending, but to pretend it was his fault only, that no, he's not the weakest link in this scenario, or even in that trifecta of the players that we have.
To whom much is given, much is expected. He's an all-star, all-NBA player. I'm not going to put as much on Grimes, who did not play well, in my opinion.
No, he did not.
I'm not going to put as much on Grimes as I would put on Randle. I'm not even going to put as much on Quickly, who is another one, as I would on Randle. He's an all-star, all-NBA type player. I expect more from you than the other guys.
You 100% right, Steph, that he definitely deserves more blame than everybody else. And I said it before, I was definitely disappointed with his performance. But I'm not just going to slay the guy like he didn't show up at all, because he did show up.
When was this?
And not to standards as far as the championship contention.
But you got to call it how you see it.
We just got in championship contention, man. We act like we haven't been bummy for 20 years. Your standard is way too high for a team that just got relevant 3 years ago. D.
My standard is the same as the front office. My standard is the same as the coaching staff.
Cap, bro. That's cap.
Oh, so Tim's coaches without winning to go ahead to go to Eastern Conference Finals to be championship contending.
No, well, here's the thing. Like, I'm not going back into this again. I'm not doing it. So what do you expect? Okay, Randle was all NBA's third team and he made an all-star appearance this year. What if next year he's all-star again and he's all NBA team number 2? He improved. Then we get into the playoffs. He don't show up again. Like, at what point do you say, all right, well, I like that you can get me here, but I want to win here. So at what point do you say, listen, if you're not stepping up, how am I going to make this team better? you're a focal point. It's not like Randle is a bench player and he's just playing well.
The problem that I'm having is we leaving out the room for growth when you talk like that, right? People have to get in these. You don't just get into a situation and know exactly what to do when you're in that situation, right? It's called learning on the job, right? So when you get into these particular situations, you learn what you have to do. Our problem is that we just see the end goal and we don't see the road to the end goal. So we just miss out like a dude just supposed to know what he's supposed to do in situations he's never been in before. Come on, man. Cut it out.
But what I'm saying is some players can do that, Smoking Nick.
Not
some
every player, though. You can't hold nothing. You said something.
All right, let me speak now.
Jalen Brunson did it last year. Sorry.
Every player, you're right, can't do it. No doubt about it. But this is what D said earlier. Can he improve? Third year in the playoffs, fourth year in the playoffs, fifth year in the playoffs, because you're right. The Knicks have not been a perennial playoff team where he has all of these games under his belt. So, yes, he can improve. The Knicks have to decide, are they going to wait for that? That's all. That's their decision. Are you going to wait for the chance that he might become a playoff performer? Because I've seen other guys take some time to become that. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, basically, you roll in the dice. You don't know.
But Steph, to add, right? Like, and this is, and us as a fan base has been a complete victim of this. How many times do these events come? And now we're going to play the weight game.
Yeah.
You see, because there's a difference. You see, when you're developing, right? When you're starting from the bottom and you're developing and you're getting guys for the draft and you're putting them through a program at 3 or 5 years, you got all the patience in the world. But when you have a guy that's a star and you can be trending towards championship contention, like our New York Knicks is on that trajectory at the moment in time, you have to strike while the iron's hot. It's different circumstances for different scenarios. So right now, I have to make sure that I got a guy that could go ahead and coexist with Jalen Brunson and bring the same impact that Jalen Brunson does.
Here if it wasn't for Julius Randle, whether you like it or
but
not.
once again, you're caught up on regular season athletes.
Bro.
One and number
Whether you
two,
like
we
it or
also
not,
talked
that's
about
a
this
fact.
already. That if you go, if I'm going past somebody and they get me to a certain spot, right? But that person can't hang past that certain spot, then that person cannot go with me past to where he can bring me.
I don't think you know. I don't think you know that for sure. I think you're just assuming.
We've seen it. We've seen it in two playoff appearances.
Programs, high school basketball. I mean, yeah, bro.
That's all speculation, bro. I don't.
Well, okay. Listen, here's the other thing, and Sherwin, shout out to you. Appreciate you as always. You know, I value your takes and I value your input. I don't understand where you're going with here. You said we are killing Randle. He took 28 shots in the previous 2 games. Brunson took 44 shots. Brunson scored 39 points in game 5, and he scored 41 in game 6. What I mean, what are we talking about here? He took the shots and he balled out. Like, come on, man. I don't understand.
I think what he's trying to say is maybe
he's talking about the usage, right?
And the scoring average, but I'm not talking
I get it.
Scoring. I'm talking about your floor game. Because you can see when a guy just couldn't get their shot off because they had so much attention, blah, 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 blah. But he made the right play. He did the right thing. He made up for it with the listen, I'm not getting my shots off because they're playing me a certain way. So I got to make sure I move this ball quickly, move to a different spot. Let me see if I can get it here. And you know what? They're taking me out of the game offensively, but this is what I can do defensively. This is what I can do on the boards. There's other things that I can do as well. I didn't see any of that. And I get you. I get you. Bam is a good defender. And I get you. I do think we should have did something more than isolating him against Bam. I agree with that. I just don't think all of it was the ankle. I just don't think all of it was scheme. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say something that I don't know if anybody said or many people. Look, I think as good as Randle is and as dominant and the way he does things against other teams, Bam locked Randle down, in my opinion. I think Bam was the answer. Bam was too much for Randle. Like, Randle couldn't do what Randle wants to do against Bam. sometimes you run into that situation. But Bam wasn't in Cleveland. You know what I mean? Randle wasn't doing anything in Cleveland either. Like, and Randle, like, say what you will about Mobley. Mobley's a good defender, but Randle had something over Mobley. He had that size, that strength, so he can enforce. And we saw it with what D said. He finally decided to take it to him, and of course he gets hurt. Like, you can't win for trying, but that was the thing. Okay, now I get it. This is how I got to go against this young fella. He don't have the body or the size to really deal with me. Let me go at him, and he did, and he got hurt. So when you come to the Miami series, you're going up against Bam. Bam got the size. He got the aggressiveness. He's got the defensive chops, and he's going to stay there and go toe-to-toe with you. And it just it didn't work out for Randle.
And here's another thing, too, right? Watch this, right? This is for all the guys that are talking about, like, for example, that Randle wasn't getting the ball, right?
Well, hold on, Smoking Nick. I'll let you go right after. Hold on, Smoking Nick.
His ball usage was 28%.
Oh, man.
During the playoffs. 28%. Not 20. Not 22. 28. He got the basketball.
Go ahead, Smoking Nick. What were you going to say?
What I'm saying is, bro, it's Randle's fault that Mitchell Robinson wasn't getting no rebounds.
You're not saying it's his fault we lost the series.
I can say this. The reason why Mitchell Robinson wasn't as dominant is because Randle was lackluster. He didn't get no rebounds in none of these games. Did you see Randle out there getting 8, 10, 12 rebounds? His average? No, that would have helped out Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson was getting double and triple team in this team. Bam Adebayo, Love, they were boxing him out. If Randle could have got in there and got some more of those rebounds, it would have actually helped Mitchell Robinson out, getting some more offensive rebounds for us as well. This series, I'm not putting it on Randle. I'm not putting it on Randle, but Randle did not perform the way we all wanted him. He performed the way we really wanted him. We could have had a better outcome.
Hold on 1 second, Smoking Nick. Let everybody talk, man. I want to hear what you got to say, so I don't want everybody to be talking over each other. Go ahead, say what you was gonna say.
No, it's not just one person. It's all of y'all putting it on Randle because y'all don't.
No. That's the you Smoking Nick. I don't listen. You're not paying attention.
Yeah,
you're not paying attention.
RJ messed up in the last game.
He's listening with his mouth.
No, because what we said, look, what everybody said already. We talking about the question is about Julius Randle. It's not Julius Randle is the reason why we lost the series. No, Julius Randle is a reason. Mitchell Robinson not playing as effectively as we've seen him play in the past.
Quentin Grimes,
quickly.
Yeah,
like. And then if you want to get specific to just one game, RJ in yesterday's one game. But other than that, RJ's been great. Like that's how you going to win an NBA playoff series if I just name like 5 guys.
Yeah,
you can't win like that. It's not just Julius Randle. And this is what
15 brilliant time.
One, you keep bringing him up too, and 2, Julius Randle is one of our best players, so we're gonna talk about him. He's one of our best players. And what I said to you before, what I said to you before is if the Knicks want to go out there and get somebody who's a really good, impact player, you have to give up something. So the teams ain't gonna say, oh yeah, well, you know what? Give us Quickly and Grimes, and we'll give you Jaylen Brown, for example. They're gonna want something, so you gotta And we're talking about Julius Randle not stepping up, and we know that he's a very valuable player. He might have to be the person we dangle out there. It's just like I don't know. I don't know what's the confusion here. I'm not saying just trade. Listen, Julius Randle didn't step up in the playoffs. He's got to go. I'm not one of those fans. I'm saying if we want to get better, how can we do that? And when you want to get better, like really better, sometimes you got to give up something. And Jalen's not going anywhere. Okay. So who's next?
Everybody else.
RJ and Randle.
If you want to be a Randle stand, that's fine, and we'll leave it at that, and we'll depart from there. You know what I'm saying?
First of all, stop prefacing me and labeling me things, right?
Oh my God, dude! This whole argument's been about Randle. You're a Randle stand.
But you got to call it as you see it.
I do call it as I see it. Y'all just don't like what I say out my mouth because I don't agree with y'all.
It's not that. It's not that we don't agree with you. It's not that we don't think Randall's a bum. We don't think he just didn't perform. He just didn't perform. It's numbers. It's all about numbers with me. He didn't come up. Yeah, he didn't come up with numbers in this series. What?
That's not me. I tell you how I truly feel about the situation, and I'm not just saying things just to play along with y'all. I don't do that. That's not me.
No, we're not saying.
Yeah, but what one? Hold on, Sha. Hold on, Sha. One thing has nothing to do with the other. All I'm trying to say, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Randle has been a really good player for this Knicks team. We would not have got to where we got without Randle. Once you get there, and the player that you helped get you there doesn't show up, what do you do next? Are you going to continue? Are you going to say next year, hey, I want to get there again? But if you don't show up, it's okay.
What if he don't show up next year? What you going to think?
No, what we do
wait the next year.
Next year, what do you want to do?
I got the best idea. What we do is give up on the player, get rid of the player, and then we go back to the lottery like we've been. Let's get back to that.
If he doesn't show up next year in the playoffs, what do you want to do?
Growth. You got to grow as a player.
If I'm asking you, if he doesn't grow next year in the playoffs, what would you want to do? How many years in the playoffs are you going to give him to grow?
Well, he's still young. He ain't in his mid-30s yet.
I think he's
29 next year.
He's 29. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Hold on, he's 28. Wait, he's 38 or 28?
You said
but by the
20. Come on now. You said in his mid-20s.
I said
how many years are you giving him in
is
playoffs?
28. I said mid-20s is 28.
Mid-20s. Hold on. 28 is late 20s.
Late 20s.
28 is late 20s.
Mid to late 20s. All right, whatever. But he's only been in the playoffs twice with us. You ready to give up on him already?
Yes.
Then do what y'all want.
I mean,
there's no NBA team that has your logic, bro. There is no NBA team on the planet Earth that has your logic.
The big thing is it's not about what we think. It's not. It's about what the front office everything. What we say right now means nothing. Front office makes all the decisions. What we think is just an opinion. We analyze what we feel that is going on. We ain't making no choices. What choices we making?
Right, I'm not saying trade Randle.
Right, I mean either.
These,
it's even too.
We have. How are we going to upgrade this team to become a championship contender? If we're gonna have to bring in a better player than we have right now on this team, and in order to do that, you're gonna have to trade Randle or RJ because I think they have the most value. I don't know if we can find somebody that's gonna be Booker or Giannis or something IQ and our draft picks. Okay, fine.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. So
hold on, Smoking Nick.
It doesn't have to be Randle.
It could be RJ.
Wait, hold on, Shaw. Smoking, are you saying something or are you talking to somebody else?
He wanted to talk about this my parking spot. I don't think nobody's
talking to somebody else.
He's talking to somebody. All right, hold on. Deal with your issue. Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead, Steph. I'm sorry.
Hey, Steph, I have a question for you.
It could be RJ for a stud wing, but then you got to bring Randle down in the pecking order.
Facts.
Him down in the pecking order.
Brandon Ingram come here. Oh, sorry, it's just Steph. Excuse me.
If Brandon Ingram didn't have, if he was available and he wasn't injured all the time, he would be perfect.
He would be, but that, like I always say, because I always say this about Brandon Ingram specifically, if he was healthy, who wouldn't want him? But then again, if he was healthy, we couldn't get him because New Orleans would be like, man, this dude is great.
That's true. You're right.
I have a question for Steph based on her assessment, if you don't mind, Ron.
Good.
You know, so let's put on our front office hat real quick, right? Mm-hmm. Based on the playoffs, right? And I'm pretty sure that we based on what we're going to do with a player based on playoff performances. So based on this playoffs alone, right? And you saw what happened. And you had to choose and say, okay, front office gets together and say, hey, look, listen, guys, we know that we need a star, right? And I hope this is what they are saying. You know that we need a star, right? And so we're gonna bring this thing in. But the only way that we can get it is if either we give up Randle or we get up RJ, right? Because I completely agree with you guys. That's where it falls in any exchange for us to get something, right? So based on this playoffs, who you go with?
Can I say this? I have questions about RJ Barrett still too.
Okay,
and
of course.
RJ Barrett stepped up in this series. The issue I have with RJ Barrett is his perimeter shooting. We just need that from that position. That's the issue I have with RJ Barrett. So to me, this is a tough question because this is what I'm weighing, D. Will Randle do better next year, like Smoke said, in the playoffs? Or will RJ Barrett develop a jump shot? Which one is most likely to happen?
Randle being more efficient in the playoffs. I could put money on that. I put my money on that today. Would have happened sooner.
We know that.
Come on my mouth. That's a fact.
All right. Okay.
To answer stuff based on that, right? I think I would lean towards RJ Barrett because he shot 38% from 3 this series.
This series,
I understand that, but it's more of I can put one more than a Julius Randle series.
That's true.
So and also in Cleveland, just real quick. In Cleveland, in the last 3 games, when he started getting going, he shot a total. I'll tell you right now, right? What's that? 12. Okay, and that's 14. 5 of 16, and I believe that's around 36%, 37%. So there's improvement. And the toughest, playground in NBA basketball.
What did he do last night? What did he do last night?
I mean,
what did Randle do last night?
All his broad improvement. What did he do last night?
Yeah, but that's one game. That's one game. We're comparing
Randle did not have the consistency rate as
you know what, Nick? I said this before. You can say that in these playoffs, these particular playoffs, RJ Barrett helped us win 2 games. Definitely one game. What game did Julius Randle help us win? You quiet, and I got you. Because you can't say no. In any game in this playoffs, what game did Julius Randle help us win?
First of all, he had 25, 10, and damn near an 8 in game 2 of that series in Miami. Come on, man, cut it out. Just because you don't appreciate it doesn't mean it ain't happen.
Just because no, that's not what I said.
Brunson went crazy in the second.
You asked me a question, I answered it. You ain't gotta like my answer, fam.
But I'm just telling you, there's a difference. You can look, if my team goes nut and we all have a good game and we score 100 points and then you contribute as a part of that too, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you didn't contribute. I'm saying
almost having a triple-double is not contributing? Hold on, I heard people praise Josh Hart for having 10, 7, and 9, but they won't praise Randle for having 25, 10, and 8. Come on, man, y'all foolish.
Smoking Nick, you're missing the gigantic picture.
Stop it. Stop that.
No, you need to stop it. You're missing the gigantic picture.
I'm not missing.
Part of the reason. Part of the reason why I'm telling you that RJ basically helped us win 2 games is because there was no Randle. There was no Randle. Brunson couldn't do it by himself, and then when he did do it, Brunson was in foul trouble in one of those games, and he didn't have a good first half. In the second half, Brunson went off. But if it wasn't for RJ in the first half, right, keeping us in the game, and then in the fourth quarter, or it was the third quarter, RJ had a good moment as well, another 8 to 10, 11 points that he gave us. That was the key. Like, I can't say that I remember in any of these series where, man, you remember when Randle went on that spurt? And we couldn't stop them.
Those plays.
Yeah, but that's not it, Smoking Nick. Listen, I'm letting you speak. You gotta let me speak too. That's the problem. See, that's the issue with being able to get your point out. If no one can hear it, then it don't matter. So
we know the point already.
I know that he's saying we're not appreciating Randle. I get that. I understand that. I'm telling you, I do appreciate Randle. My whole thing that I've said since the beginning of this 3 hour and 18 minute and 8-second show is that if the Knicks want to improve, depending on what's the level of improvement, they're going to have these different scenarios they work out. Do you want a marginal improvement or do you want a big improvement? If you want the big improvement, you're going to have to give up something big. So Randle is one of those. There's nobody in that Knicks organization is going to say, man, Randle got us here. But you know, if we got to make a trade, he's untouchable. No one's going to say that. So I'm just putting it out there. I like Randle. If he's here next year, great. But we're going to have to do something different. If Randle's here, something different has to happen. Maybe to what Steph said, maybe RJ's got to go. Something's got to change.
If we're going to do something big, we may not do anything big. We might do something small. I hear you, Sharon. I agree. We lost this series because we couldn't shoot. If we able to knock down a few more shots, we were in the Eastern Conference.
It's another big thing that we you know, I'm just talking about numbers wise. RJ in the season was scoring almost 19 points and 0.7, I believe, somewhere around there. In the playoffs, his average was 24 points. If I'm not mistaken, D's, where I got to ask you this because you real good on these stats like that. I believe RJ was top 5 in scoring in the playoffs, the whole playoff, all the teams. I think it was top 5 or 4 or 5.
I don't think so, but
he was up
24 points a game against the Heat.
Right. I think it was pretty high scoring in the playoffs and stuff. And if you look at what RJ produced with 24 points, he had a better playoff series than what Randle averaged at 15 points. And I mean, not taking anything away from Randle. He got out there that last game. He was gritty. He started hitting those free throws and stuff like that. He kept it in, you know, he got a nice block off the glass and coming down. He played well, but he didn't get to his average. RJ, for me, if I was the front office and I'm looking at what happened in this playoff, RJ is someone that I want to keep. He's younger than Julius Randle. He's 20. He's going to turn 23. He'll be, you know, he's younger than Julius Randle. And, you know, Julius Randle is a vet now. You know what I mean? This year coming up, he'll be 29 years old. RJ Barrett will be 23 next month in June, I believe. And I mean, we have a little more longevity with RJ Barrett than with Julius Randle. And if, like I said in the beginning, when I first came on, I said this. It's going to be between RJ or Julius Randle. Those are the guys that are, that we can, that's going to get us something back. RJ, if you trade RJ, you're going to get something back for RJ. If you trade Randy, you're going to get something back for RJ. If you're talking about Quentin Grimes and IQ and all these guys got their contracts are small. They play bigger than what they're getting paid, but their contracts are small. So we got to put more of those guys together to get close to $30 million. It is only going to take RJ or Randle with one of our one of our secondary players to get to that $35 to $40 million.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. Let me just get to a couple of these super chats because Paris is like, damn, read the super chats while you still talk about the subject, or it don't matter. Thank you for the generous super chat, Paris Duggar. He said we can't stay with Randle any longer because he's not willing to compete to the depth levels that it takes to intense adverse circumstances or challenges.
He's sharp.
That is true. Facts. There's some realness to that, so I can understand that. Hold on. Mets Knicks fans, let's go. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, "Hey, my friends, Knicks are close. JB needs the right player to play with to get this chip. JR, great talent, but he's a basket case. Facts. RJ is only 22.
Good
okay, that's that's another way of looking at it.
Facts.
Hold on. I guess I have it here.
Basket case is a little strong, but okay.
Yeah,
it's a little rough.
I don't think he is.
A little bit. But
I think one of the things that worry me about Randle is that what do I get from one game to the next for him as far as mentally, as far as emotionally, and that's like I told Parrish on one show, that's a shaky commodity.
Thank you for the. No, I was gonna say thank you for the other generous super chat, Paris. I appreciate you. I mean, you know, that's kind of like more of a shot. I'm gonna leave that one, but I appreciate you. Like, oh, go ahead, Steph. I don't want to cut you off before you forget.
I mean, I'm not worried about him in terms of like going off. I think that him not getting after the refs and all of that in this series could have took the edge off. Like some players have to play with an edge. And I thought in this series, he was a bit too calm and that might have taken something from him. But so if you're talking about emotionality, you don't know what you're going to get. Mm-hmm. Like he's a ticking time bomb.
No, I don't mean like that.
Oh,
no. I meant like
engagement. Some days he's engaged.
You got it. Like
I can agree with
you. Got like for example, like in Game 1 in Cleveland, his off-ball defense was some of the best I've ever seen from him, and it just dramatically went down after that. And then a game would look a little bit better, be a half, but then it would be another half that I wasn't there at all, and that's what I mean. I'm not going to speak to his, you know, like what's going on inside his head type of thing, and like his childhood and his environment development. I'm not doing all that. I'm just talking about basketball-wise, basketball attitude, basketball emotionality-wise. I have to know that my guy is going to be there on that off-ball. I mean, on that weak side help every play. And I don't know that with Randle.
That's fair. Shout out to the chat once again. Danielle's in the building. Danielle, I think this may be, I mean, I'm not sure. It may be your first time in the chat. I appreciate you. Thanks you for tuning in. If it's not, then welcome back. BN is in the building. Mark Butler is here. Salute. Glamour Knicks is in the building. Salute to you. Always good to see you. Real takes over fake debates is in the building somewhere. SB Talking Sports. Appreciate you. And there was one other person I saw here that I failed to mention. Saul, I can't say the last name, but he's the Miami Heat fan. Like I said, he was respectable. So shout out to you. We appreciate you. As long as you're respectable, we good. So thank you guys for tuning in. And I also see Stephen Hewitt in the building. Appreciate you. He's one of my best friends, and he's not a Knicks fan, so I'll leave it at that. It's okay. Appreciate you guys, man. But look, I just think that we can go on for days about this. This is a very controversial topic. There's going to be people that think Randle didn't show up and we need to move on. There's going to be people that think that, hey, he's one of our players. It's not good to throw a player out after he didn't just, you know, he had a moment where he didn't show up for you. All of that is understandable on both sides. But the point is, if you are running this franchise, what is the goal? And then how do you get better? If your goal is, well, the Madison Square Garden is sold out for 40 plus games a season, and we're going to make our money. All we need to do is get into the playoffs. If that's the goal, we don't need to do anything. We'll be there again next year. Right. But if you're actually trying to win, then you have to make the tough decisions. That may mean anything could happen. I think everybody is up for grabs. No one's untouchable except for maybe Jalen Brunson, because he earned that, showing what he did this year in the Hart in the playoffs. I think he's just the one guy, like, I don't see the Knicks ever trying to get rid of him for next year. That doesn't mean like a year after, you know, he might be a different type of player. It's just like you have to make the move that makes sense, but you don't just trade somebody to get rid of them. I'm not trading Julius Randle to the Clippers and say, yeah, give me who's the John Wall and a couple of your bench guys. Like, you're not doing that.
Y'all want Kawhi. That's what y'all
want. I personally don't want Kawhi. Kawhi don't stay healthy enough for me.
Nah.
So that's my thing. Like, I'm not asking for the world, but whoever I get, I need to see him play. I need to have him for at least 60 to 70 games, and hopefully the playoffs. Like the 40 game guys, the 50 game guys don't work. And then the other guys that may be a little too pricey, they don't work either. Some people say Dame might be a good. Dame makes almost 60 million. That's no, it's too much. It's like, it has to make sense, and it has to be a good fit for the rest of the team. Yeah. You already know what this team is from what they showed you. So you want to improve, but you don't want to take away, right? I don't want to go out and get these three players, and then now all of a sudden RJ is going to stink because he's not going to have the ball. These guys are going to monopolize the ball. Like, you got to figure out how to make it work. That's a tough job. It ain't easy. But that's what the Knicks have to figure out.
If they're better than RJ and they command the ball more than him, then that's what it is.
Oh, yeah, well, that's different. That's an upgrade. That's an upgrade. If we can upgrade, then it is what it is. Oh, and by the way, guys, I know I haven't said it enough, and that number's low. I'm about to get on my AJ on Steph's show. Smash that like button because we got 100. Well, no, now we got 95 in here watching, and I got 74 likes. We got a really good panel, and this panel is exciting, man. You throw a firecracker in here, and you won't even hear it. So this panel's been lit today. So
another thing too is that one thing we also got to be thankful what Brunson did in this playoffs too is that he gave us the ability now to have a larger pool, of better players wanting to come.
Yeah, I agree.
You don't want to play with Jalen Brunson? If I was 6'7", 6'8", seeing what he did, seeing who he is, game in, game out, just how he is, coming into the building, professionalism, all business, comes out, what was it, game 4, said, I got to be better, and then proves his words by doing it the last 2 games. I'm saying I want to play with this guy. And I think Jalen Brunson gave us a bigger pool.
Right. But we don't have any money anyway for free agency, though, unless we some.
No free agents, only trade.
And that's how it's going to be anyway, because there's not a big attractive free agent like that we would have to spend like that on anyway. So
Facts.
Yeah. Man, listen, we could go on forever talking about these Knicks and what they should or should not do. We don't have all the answers. We're just talking. This is a conversation. It's good to put things out there and really talk about it, have an idea. Uh-oh, what's that? I don't know what that is. But it doesn't mean that we don't appreciate our players, man. It's not. No one says that. It's just that we're trying to get to that next level. See, now this is like what 3 years in the making. In the beginning, 3 years ago, even like other content creators wanted to see championship. How do we get there? And I was kind of going against. I want the youth movement. I want to see the young guys develop. I want to see. But now I have to get to the point. Well, okay, all right, guys have developed. Guys have gotten better. The team is improved. The team looks like they know. Like the switch hit this year. We saw the Knicks get better, learning how to close out games, how to win big games. The Knicks have done that, and then they got into the playoffs, and then they won a series, and then they took Miami to 6. So now you're saying, okay, it's an evolution. It's a step in a different direction. How do we get better now? I can't still be on the whole same mindset. I think we're past that. So now what's next? So that's all I'm saying. And all I'm saying to everybody out there who may be a fan of somebody, maybe a fan of Randle. RJ's my favorite player on the Knicks. I said that all the time. But I do know that if the Knicks want to get better and RJ's the piece they got to move, then they got to move RJ. You just got to be willing to understand that you got to make these moves to get better as a team. Doesn't mean you're giving up on everybody. Right. That's how I look at it. So before I get out of here, because what I want to do is I also want to get to J Boogie. Tomorrow's Mother's Day, and I want to play the J Boogie song. And make sure we get that and show that the love it deserves. I appreciate J Boogie as always. Thank you for being on the show earlier. Most likely, the Knicks, and I don't know. I don't feel good about the Knicks getting that draft pick. All right. So I don't hold your breath for that. Don't hold your breath. But if they're going to do something, they're going to have to get creative with it. And money-wise, as Steph said, we don't have the money like that. We're talking about how we're going to figure out paying guys going forward next year, or do we wait and hold out till the following year? So it might have to be a trade. Who out there do we look at and get and all that stuff? Those are the questions that are going to have to be answered this offseason. What's the best way to go about doing it? And we hope that, I honestly hope that this time the Knicks have an aggressive plan as to what they're going to do. Because I think that the only way we've done anything is because of leverages, like relationships. If you think about it. Right. It hasn't been just what a regular team would do. I need this. How do I go about getting it? We haven't seen the Knicks pull that off yet. So we'll see what happens and how that works. But let me get around to everybody's final words. Just, being that the season is over, Just your thoughts on the season, how you feel, and whatever else you want to say before we get out of here. So, Sha.
Yeah, I just want to salute you guys for giving great content out today, man. Like I said, I don't jump on too often and stuff like that, but y'all had me up and motivated today. So salute to you, Ron. Salute to you, D as well. Steph, you already know. Thank you for having me on, and let's see what the Knicks do. The starter. What I said today is either RJ or Randle. Let's get it.
Okay, shot.
Dope. Oh, by the way, Sha. So I don't know how. I mean, for us here, everything stays the same. We'll still be doing the content, doing things. When is your next show for Knicks Real Talk?
Oh, tonight I think we're doing a 8 o'clock show tonight for the post game. Air out all our differences and try to get the rest of the bad juju that we had yesterday. I didn't mean that meaning Julius Randle. I meant meaning bad luck. Meaning the bad luck that we had yesterday with our guys really not performing. Tonight, I think it's 8 o'clock. We come on, maybe for about an hour, and we're still going to continue to try to push through these trade things. I think me and Devon going to talk about me starting to get maybe a 20-minute, half an hour show just to come on and with some breaking news or something like that, rolling off of what Jay Boogie said. So, that breaking news that the Knicks need. So I think that's one of the things we got in up in the air and stuff like that. But, we're going to continue to go on and continue to talk about the Knicks and moving forward, seeing what trades and everything needs to be done and to make this team better.
It's dope. All right. Well, I think if I'm in the house, I'll definitely try to tune into that.
That's
dope. Steph, your thoughts on the season on the whole, and if you got anything coming up going on.
Sure. Salute to you, D. Sha. Smoking Nick. And,
yes, sir.
Who else was there? Was somebody else on the panel when I came?
Chop Low was here.
Chop Low,
Don P.
Salute.
Don
P.
It was a successful season. It definitely exceeded my expectations.
Facts.
47 wins, fifth in the Eastern Conference. I was thinking 42 wins, maybe to play in. And then also to beat Cleveland in 5 and to win an elimination game, a closeout game in Cleveland. I thought that was impressive. And also to stave off the Miami, who definitely would have liked to have closed it all out in game 5. That the Knicks, in my opinion, who was teetering and I thought wasn't sure if they can beat this team, for them to come in and beat Miami in game 5 in the Garden. I think that was huge. It was just great to see Brunson, who, I got a lot of pushback through the season when I was saying he was our best player. And I said, you know what? It's okay. The playoffs will separate. And it did. And it was just good to see him, come out and just ball out. Like, with the amount of attention he got to not only do what he usually does, but to take it to another level against a coach like Spo, who's very well respected, one of the best, if not the best coach in the league. So, he was really, game planning and trying to do what he can do to stall Brunson. It's just good for the Knicks to have one, to have at least one. Maybe we got more. We'll see as time goes on. And right now I'm talking playoffs. Now I'm not even talking regular season. We got at least one. Let's see if we, if we'll have more than that. So I'm super excited that the Knicks are legit, respectable franchise with a championship contending window that is open. But take advantage of your opportunities because it can close just as fast. Where's Atlanta, who went to the Eastern Conference Finals 2 years ago? Where is Toronto, who last year was 4th or 5th or whatever? So there's no guarantees. The Knicks got to still put in that work, player-wise, coach-wise, front office-wise, so that we can continue on this same trajectory.
Oh, yeah.
That's very fair, 100%. And so when's your next show gonna be? Because No, I was gonna say now your morning recaps.
I don't even know if I'm gonna do that. That was a lot of work. I'm not sure. I think I'm transitioning to audio. I'm gonna still do Queen's Court Mondays. I'll still do Just Nicking It Thursdays. I think for my personal stuff, just my voice, I think I'm transitioning to audio.
Okay.
I'll let you guys know because it's much more mobile. I can travel and it doesn't interfere as much with my life as having to be in my made-up studio. I guess you could call it that.
I hear you. That's dope. That's dope. D?
Yeah. I always give the flowers when the flowers are deserved. Steph, that was fantastic at the end, where that's the goal. The goal is, okay, we're here. Right. How do we get there now? Right. And how we get there, and I'm saying it right now, we need a star, a legit star that brings the impact like Brunson showed us this playoffs.
Yeah, no doubt about
That's how we get to that next level. But to talk about the season and stuff like that. This season was a roller coaster. And, there was so many ups and downs. There was philosophy changes that happened 2 or 3 times. There was roster shakeups. There was, there was drama. There was great times. There was great win streaks that we all enjoyed. One thing I have to say about the season is that it was definitely like a Baskin Robbins type of thing. You got all your flavors in this one season. And, they exceeded expectations. Steph had him at 42. Ron, I believe you have 42 as well. I'm not sure what Shah had.
I had 45, and then I switched to 43.
Okay, so we'll go with 43.
I had 41, and then I switched to 42 plus or minus because I thought they could, if things didn't gel, they could win 37.
Right. And that's why I was at, because I was concerned about a couple of things. But
hold up, let me get it in. At the acquisition of Jalen Brunson, I thought we were going to have 5 more games better. 42. I thought our hiatus would be 47 where we ended up.
Right. So they exceeded the expectations, right? And they made it to the second round. And that's why when me and Ron talked earlier, when the series started, we said this is a win-win situation no matter what, because you're in a position now to go ahead and take it to the next level. Right. And, Jalen Brunson's performance definitely, I think, made, like I said, our pool a lot bigger in that endeavor. So very good season as far as that's concerned. But there are concerning things that we have to move forward with, and we have all freaking offseason to talk about them. Facts. One of them is we understand that, and we know, because we could just wrap it up and not say anything, because we know they're going to come back with pretty much the same damn thing. We know that. But we're going to try to throw things into existence here. And I think that things that have to be worked out is this. And this wasn't talked about because of the success we were having. If Tom Thibodeau took reins of exactly what was going on through full autonomy, then what the hell is the point of the front office being there? If not just to get players and just give them contracts and decide what you're going to sign them. So that means that the players and Tibbs are making the decisions as to what we're trying to get in there. That's a recipe for disaster. And I think we had a good season and it worked out, and for as many reasons as it did. But I don't think we're going to be able to repeat that. We're going to have to come into this legitly thinking, how are we going to get better? What are positions of needs that we have to take care of? If we're going to get young players, what type of young players we're looking for? If we're looking for a star, what position and what type of game? We just don't want a Zach LaVine that's going to put up 26 points but not play a lick of defense. You want one of the things that lost us this series? And people say because of the score, because, dude, how many defensive lapses did we have? How many wide open jump shots? These stuff has to be addressed. That's what the playoffs are for, in order for you to evaluate it. So, but great season. There's still a lot of work to do. I think it's now begun, type of thing. Because now when you think about it, now it's a 3 to 5 year plan now with Jalen Brunson erupted the way he has.
Right.
So now we just started.
He accelerated things.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
No question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're going to be year 2 now, coming into next year onto the road to championship contention. That's not the standard. So, I would hope the front office, and I would hope that, Dolan and everybody else takes that same approach and decides the moves that you got to make in order to get to the place where you need to be. I
don't want to prolong this, but if this is a 3 to 5 year window, and I'm tending to agree with you, we got to take a look at our young players, because some players are not in that. Grimes could be 1, but maybe 2 years away. Quickly could be another year or 2 away. I'm talking about playoffs now. I'm not even talking about regular season. So if our window is 3 to 5 years, can our young guys who are pretty up in our rotation in terms of us counting on them get to where they need to be for us in that 3 to 5 years? Or do we have to bring in people who are already there? And I'm not saying we need to get rid of them, but move them down. When you look at these championship contending teams, they may have 1, 2 really young player in their rotation. They don't have as many as we have. And that's the difference between what you talked about, D, having a young team that's growing as you go along, and you just take whatever time, and having somebody like Brunson who then microwave the process. You still have young guys hanging on. Like, what do you do? And that's the front office is going to have to decide that.
Right. And before D gets back into what he was saying, to your point, and this is a good example. Oh, no.
Good. That's a good point.
And to go back into it, like a perfect example of it is Golden State. Golden State didn't have enough to really go that far this year. They struggled all year with injuries, and then when they did all get together, they just didn't have enough. They got knocked out by the Lakers because the starters are getting a little longer in the tooth. So you need the rest of the guys on your team to kind of help out, but those young players ain't ready yet. Right. So they in between, and that's not going to work. So and that's why they're going to be watching from home like the rest of us. But go ahead, D.
No, and that's a great point. And you see, you do that stuff, and now we're going to be on for 4 hours and 45 minutes because now we're going to break down exactly as to how that evaluation process works. But the fact of the matter is that, just to shut it down, great season. It's hope now. Now it's like, whoa, we got something. Now what do we do? And I'm very intrigued for that. Ron, thank you for having me. Panel, thank you for always, Smoky Nick was on one today, but it was exciting nonetheless. But thank you for your input and your thoughts. I do really appreciate that stuff. That's just now on my show type of stuff. What do you call that? Also too, tomorrow I'm on at 12 p.m. Okay, we're gonna do our last post game for this next season. We're gonna do like a type of like memoir type of thing. We'll go through the ups and downs, and we'll even throw Cam Reddish in there and talk about what he did, and we're going to get into all that. And because I think when good things happen and when you're elevating to new standards, I think even when you're down, it should be cherished, it should be appreciated, and it should be something that should be continued to be built on. But thanks, Ron, appreciate it. Thank you for always having me, bro.
No, always a pleasure, man. Always good to have you as usual. You know how I give it up for having you on the show, as well as having Stefan, Shah, Smoking Nick in his own right. He's a controversial person, man. Gotta love him though. Yeah, man. I want to say before I get into my final words, thank you guys once again to the chat. Smash that like button, show your love for the show. Should have got to 100. We had over 100 people watching. I should have been saying this earlier. Sometimes we get caught up, but as I do on other shows, if you're on your mobile device, hit that live chat, drop the live chat down, hit the like button, then hit the live chat again and bring it back up. That's how we do it. Anyway,
tutorial.
Yeah. Shout out to a couple more people that jumped in the chat. If I missed you guys, understand it's my apologies. I would definitely love to show you all love, but it's been a crazy show. A lot of love, a lot of people in the chat. It's hard to keep up with everybody, but definitely want to give a special shout out to LQ. One of my best, some of my friends jumping in here today. One of my best friends growing up. I'm gonna be 46 next week. I've known this guy 43 years. I've been to kindergarten with him. We went to preschool together. It's crazy. Anyway, I appreciate you, brother. Good to see you as always. Drecito, now I know this is my first time seeing you in the chat. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you like the show. I hope you like the show no matter what, because it's not always this explosive. So if you came in, but thank you for being here. And smash that like button. Illmatic's in the building. Salute to you as always, my brother. Latrell Sprewell is the American dream. Man, I haven't seen you in the chat in such a long time. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, they weren't the only ones, but I hear you. Randrock is in the building. Salute to you. Morning Brew Sports, Jiggerman, Phil, and Hector. Appreciate you guys as always, guys. Support their show. Go show them love, as well as support D's World of Hoops. Shy Money Real Talk, Knicks Real Talk with Divine. Steph, Dope Soul Sports Talk, and Queens Court on NBK. Also, show love for my guy Worldwide L, who was here earlier, and
Yes,
Hard
sir.
Will for the Love of the Game. You can catch them on YouTube, the number 4 OUR Love of the Game. Definitely show everybody love. Smoking Nick and his show. He has his own show as well. Sacramento time frame, though. It's a little later, maybe. But yeah, man, show everybody love, man. They all deserve it. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Shout out to Don P. Thank you for being here as well. Chop Low is in the building. Thank you. Yeah, man. I can't. Oh, who'd you say?
You have a super chat.
Oh yeah, I see it. Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm gonna get to that right when I get to the song. I appreciate you guys so much for being here and rocking with me. It's been a great show. It's been an extra long one today because last week, I had to get out of here pretty early, so I wanted to make up for that time. And this is the end of the Knicks season, so it is what it is, man. We had a good one. It's been a good run. And we'll have a lot to talk about in this offseason. Just so you know, if you have an idea of what still Knick fans will be doing, when we get into the offseason, we're going to be doing a lot more interviews. We'll be bringing people on. This is when we're going to be very guest heavy. We'll still continue to try to get you guys the type of content that you enjoy. But as I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knick fans will be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11 a.m., Mondays for SKF weekly at 9 p.m., or Thursday nights for the NBA report on NBK Network at 8 p.m. Just tune in and show your love for the content. We'll try to mix it up and give you a little bit different feel going into next season as always, but it should be fun getting there, and I can't wait to see what's ahead of us. Shout out to Jay Boogie. Thank you for being on the show, and thank you for the generous super chat as always, my brother. He says, I just want to say to our family, if the office does it right, we are not far off. Remember, only 3 teams stood in our way for our parade. That's a fact. Listen, things really could have broken nicely for us. I think that there was an opportunity there, but we just weren't ready to capitalize. As much as us as fans wanted them to be ready, certain things just have to play out the right way, and they didn't. It's not on one guy. It was on multiple, and also we're still a young team. We're still one of the youngest teams in the playoffs. We just got to figure it out. We got to figure out if that's going to be the same course of action next year, or do we have to make some changes? But I do think that what this Miami series has showed us, we have some stuff that we need to take a look at. So, all right.
And also, too, before, shout out to Jay Boogie for his accomplishment this year, as far as what he did with
big facts
and stuff like that.
Big facts on his birthday.
Yeah.
That's dope. Shout out to Jay Boogie. Got up on the Jumbotron at Madison Square Garden. Could you imagine? And unbelievable. Definitely salute to you, my brother. And once again, I did this earlier, but this is for everybody. This is for our Knicks season, what it was, for the Knicks, what they meant to us, and for the chat, the fans, all of us. You know what I mean? Great time. Great time. We had a good one, man. I can't say how excited I am for what's to come, because I think we're going to get even better. Shout out to Andrew Gutierrez. I see you sneaking in there at the last minute. I would tell you to go back and watch the replay, but you in for if you got laundry to do, you doing some cleaning around the house.
Right.
It's a long show, but it was a fun one. Manny's in the building as well. Man, thank you guys. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, man. So once again, thank you. I appreciate everybody. We're gonna get out of here with this Jay Boogie song called Hot Winter. Please continue to support all of the Knick community. There's a lot of us out here that are doing great stuff. There's some newcomers that joined in this year, and it's been a really interesting year. Shout out to everybody. You see it. This is, Terry and Trey, Delusional Knicks, Fireside Giants. I put them in because I just love their content. Knicks Fans Brazil. I don't know what happened with Ryder with Knicks. I hope he's doing good. He's out there in Cleveland. He usually podcasts from his car. Die Hard Giants, my guy Jarrell, Yankees Morning Brew, and Knicks Morning Brew, which is Morning Brew Sports, Hector, Jigga Man, and Phil. the Organic Fanatics Show. OUA Knicks podcast, the Tone Woo podcast, the Smoking Nick. We got Trippy, his podcast, Knicks in 30. And then also, the mainstays have been around forever. Nick of Time Show, Blorange Tears, Nothing But Knicks, Streets of Buzzing, Knicks and Bruises, Sports Vibes, The Entertainer Talking Sports, For Our Love of the Game, Die Hard Knicks, Guard Up Knicks, Real Talk, Legion of Knicks, D's World of Hoops, Clutch BBall TV, Jedi Sports with my man Kev BX, Dope Soul Sports Talk, Knicks Film School, and Raw Hebrew. Thank you to everybody. This season has been for us. It's been about us, and it's been a great one. I'm just happy to be a part of it with all of you guys. Shout out to my guy John for holding it down with me. He's very busy this year. It's been a lot more trying on him. He's a sports dad. He's got 4 kids. He's got twins that are 2 years old, and he's doing all this stuff. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. So when you don't see John, it's not because he don't want to be there. He just got so much going on. But I appreciate him as always. And shout out to my man Jose, who's doing bigger and better things in his personal with his work and all that. But he's always a part of Still Knick Fans. Appreciate you, my brother. So yeah, man, it's been a great year all in all. We got through another one, and let's see what happens next year. Oh, also shout out to King Imbert. I keep seeing your name, brother, but I keep forgetting to acknowledge you, and Parrish Duggar as well. All those super chats that I want to show the love. Thank you guys. Let's get out of here. Play a little J Boogie on our way out, man. It's been a great season. Let's go Knicks. Let's see what they do. We're going to talk about it all year. The offseason is going to be a crazy one. I wish we had a first-round draft pick. Come on, Dallas. Lottery. Come on. Where's Adam Silver? Make it happen, man.
Right. That's the punishment.
Yeah, that is the punishment. That's right. Adam Silver, let's make it happen, brother. Please. All right, guys. Take care. We out of here. Where's my J Boogie track? Where did I put it? Sorry, hold on. Where did I put it? My fault. Oh, there you go. Might as well upload it, right? Now I gotta wait. See, I was on a. You know what that's like? That's like, you know what? That's like in a movie when you're like, you know what? Forget this place. I'm out of here. And then try to open the door, and the door don't open, and like you still gotta turn around and look at everybody. Like, all right, now I gotta wait. So yeah, man, the weather is nice. We're in the 70s in the East Coast. Got to do a little better job of queuing this up. Well, everything was so crazy in this show. I thought I had already uploaded this, but I was trying to control the masses.
I did a show and I started and I hadn't even uploaded my slides.
It happens.
Now I'm live.
You know what I mean? It happens. It is what it is. What can we do? All right. I think it's good to go. Please. Man. Jesus. It's the thing is spinning, but it's 100%. I mean,
it's a rapid fire, right? Do you think Tibbs should stay? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do I think he should, or do I think he will?
Should. No. That's why I said, do you think he should? Because if we already know he is, but I'm saying, do you think he should stay?
If you're gonna tell me you bringing back the same squad, then I think he should stay. But if you're gonna make some changes, then I don't know, man. Because the problem is when you get a new coach, it's a learning period, right? So then do you throw next season away and then wait for the following season once everything's implemented and now they're running with the program? Because as a Giant fan, I know this is a separate sport. As a Giant fan, I've watched my quarterback go through different coaches and different schemes, and he never really gets to anywhere. Now he's actually got some stability, and maybe he'll play better this year. So with the Knicks, if we get rid of Tibbs, next year could be kind of funky, unless we bring in a guru. Now, if you're going to say, I'm going to let Dice be the coach or Johnny Bryant or something like, I don't know how much better the Knicks will be next year. So it all depends. It depends. If we could get like the guy D, then I'd be like, yes, let's do it.
Right. Ron's funny. I thought it was rapid fire, and he gave me his whole list.
Well, you know what? I was stalling to give you more while that thing was spinning.
That's right. You are 17%. Pretty cut. But Steph, rapid fire. Yeah, no. I said
yes.
Oh yeah, you keep Tibbs. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I would keep him for next season. If we don't make the playoffs, he's out. Or if we lose in the first round, he's out.
Yeah. My big thing with him is just that, and I say no, by the way. And my big thing, very simple, is just that I just feel he gets me to a certain destination. He doesn't get me to the mountaintop. And me knowing that.
I know that till we get the players, though.
Yeah, we need some different players to change the outlook of what we can finish
like
up.
If I'm in Philadelphia and I got that squad and Doc Rivers and 2 times we get there, and I know I have a championship contending team, and we can't get past a certain point, the coach got to go.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Dwayne Casey, for example.
Right. But if you don't have players yet, I just feel like with a full championship squad, we don't know what Tibbs would do. I think we're projecting that he won't be able to do it. But I would like to see him with a shooter. Can we get some shooters on the team?
Can we get some shooters?
Oh, man.
Yeah,
6,
yeah.
7,
Well, we'll
6,
see.
8.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice. I mean, listen, they finally started to give Tibbs a little bit more this year. If they would have did that last year instead of how they put it together, maybe we're looking at the team differently this year. Maybe we're ready this year.
Yeah.
Who knows, man?
And with that, and with
staff, stop hiring his assistant coaches. You know, I mean, this is when he first started. But go ahead.
Yeah, but with that thinking though, now if you are comfortable with bringing Tibbs back for next year, and because don't forget, this is about Jalen Brunson's timeline, right? So we want to keep that in mind because as we know, this doesn't come around, right? I got to get the star next year. If we're keeping him, because I can't go through another year of Tibbs seeing his ceiling, and because he doesn't have the players and just get to a certain destination and wasting another year of Jalen Brunson.
Right. I think Brunson will resign though. Like, I don't think this is a 1-year contract thing with Brunson.
No, he stays for 3 and he's got the 4th.
Right. But I think he resigns after that.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I think it depends also, but
yeah,
because that's so far. But do you have to bring in the star then? Now it's up. Now Tibbs can't say nothing. Now you got everything at your disposal.
I agree with that, though. I agree with that. You got the roster now. I don't want to hear nothing. Same thing out in Philadelphia. They want to get rid of Doc Rivers. He doesn't make it. I don't want to hear nothing, Doc. You had the team for 2 years, and I don't want to hear anything.
You got it. Yep,
that's true. That's true. Shah, anything you wanted to add to that?
I mean, not super duper. I just love to hear the rapid fire, man. I think Tibbs stays next year. And I hope that we can figure out who we could bring in here to help our perimeter shot. You know what I mean? And I'm also putting a big shout out to Quentin Grimes this year, getting that gym and do some push-ups and pull-ups and all that other good stuff. Come back super duper with them cuts like RJ got in his arms, and let's see what you can do next year.
Yeah, I like that. There you go, Gideon. Asking for the link. I've already said my goodbyes. I'm about to play the J Boogie video. You know the show's over when I'm about to hit the J Boogie video. Come on, man. Nah, I'm just playing. Gideon, I thought you was gonna jump in earlier because you was in, but then you left. But I appreciate you, brother. I'm sorry, but I'll get you. Listen, next week, if you want to jump in, it'll always be welcome. You'll be welcomed here. Real quick, Jay Boogie sends another super chat. He said that play he drew for Grimes was wide open.
And it was an air ball. And why are you drawing it up for Grimes?
By the way, hold on. Damn it, Jay Boogie. Out of all people to give that play to, how are you serious? I was watching. I was like, man, look at that play. But why Grimes? I never seen Grimes hit a shot like that in that way.
What I'm hoping is that was the third option. I'm hoping there was other options on the play that was just not available, and that was the last one, because that could not be the play.
I ain't gonna lie to you. There would have been 3 guys I would have picked to take that shot over Grimes. No knock on Grimes. I know technically he's a good shooter. Technically, I would have went RJ before I would have went Grimes. I definitely would have went Jalen before I went Grimes. I didn't understand that one at all.
I didn't understand that either. And it was an air ball.
It was awkward. Just seeing him catch it and turn around like that. I was like, what?
Falling to the side.
I was like, that's not even.
I was like, did he even have a chance to see the rim? That's why it looked so bad. He couldn't even
Yeah.
All right. Let's stop.
Right, Jake.
All right. But thank you guys for bearing with me. You had a little extended time right there, like the Knicks extended the series. So,
That's right.
so here we go. Once again, thank you for tuning into the show. I appreciate y'all. We're getting out of here with this J Boogie joint. Appreciate y'all. Catch you on the next one.
Peace out, everybody.
I want to talk to the legends. You know, it is the 50th. Because, you know, this is y'all year.
Special.
To celebrate.
Special.
Let me talk to him. May 10th, 1-9, that's 7 trade. On the road to LA, that was a Thursday. 5 games, all it took for the series. I'm paying homage to the squad, if you hear me. We did something they thought we wouldn't accomplish. If you're a real Knicks fan, I know you rock this. Don't it sound like the net? That left hand jump shot missed the Barnett. But it really wasn't easy for Mike came to the Knicks. His dad was Henry Bibby. That's a jewel I feel. Before I Bradley, make sure I paid all my bills. Let that bang through your woofer. I'm 6-time defensive player, Dave the Busher. How we fight through them screens, follow your dreams. Straight out of Harlem, can't forget the Dean. No comparing to my flow. My mom's first crush was on the Pearl, Earl Monroe. Pull up from anywhere, I'm letting it go. From Caroline, Hawthorne, that wingo. Coach Red already said, make no excuses. The all-star MVP, Mr. Jerry Lucas. That gut check, we in the paint game, we in the belly. That double-double off the bench from John Ganelli. That textbook before game nights, we all practice. That teamwork before the triangle met Phil Jackson. Make sure when playing D, you play your man tighter. The 8th pick, we drafted Thomas Riker. The backdoor picks, you gotta back me. I'm on point, all eyes, Luther Rackley. I'm looking up to all the players in the Knick heavens, making sure your legacy get the full blessings.
Legends, you are appreciated. Names forever spoken amongst the greatest. Thank you for all these years. The Madison Square Garden, the shouts and cheers. Your contributions set the bar so high. Pushed us to be the best franchise. Yeah, 3 capital S's. Salute, salute, salute. Legends, we honor you.
The city changed when the Knicks draft the style guard. Walt Frazier, legendary, the point guard. The wide rims changed the league with a new look. That rock steady, the guy who was the first book. I'm always dressed for the action. Through the tunnel, I still can see the captain. No mistakes, how you made it to the league. You gotta limp through the pain to get the Willis Reed. They know I fight every play on this ball court. I'm looking down through the clouds, protect the home court. Make sure when at the crib you protect the home. And don't forget Chuck D, call it the Terror Dome.
Legends, you are appreciated. Names forever spoken amongst the greatest. Thank you for all these years. The Madison Square Garden, the shouts and cheers. Your contributions set the bar so high. Pushed us to be the best franchise. Yeah, 3 capital S's. Salute, salute, salute. Legends, we honor you. This is the 50s, 50s. Amongst the greatest. 50s. Say this is the 50s, 50s, 50s. We honor you.